Hello? Hello? Oh my goodness. Wait, your Fuki is so cute. Why are they so shocked? Cinema. Hello, everybody. Rice fried this shrimp. It's true. It's true. Wow. Yo. Congrats to Shrimp for getting first in mine. Feels a little bit rigged. Oh. Oh. What the? Sigh. Wow, thank you for the 7 stream streak, Rat. This is so awesome. This is so awesome. Oh, hold on. I gotta put my drip on. No, I'm not putting. Wait, what do you mean? Also, what do you mean by that? Hmm. Okay. Drip like an IV drip? Yeah. What is Vicodin? Okay. I think I want to play as Weber. Weber is my favorite. Oh, yippee! I've never played like with someone as the same character before. Sheesh. Okay, that sounds so awesome. Skirt or tail foe today? Hmm. What? That's kind of real. Well, it's not that hungry yet. At least I don't think. I hope we don't spawn in and we're like already starving. Yeah, but wouldn't it be sort of awesome? What the? Hope not. Okay, I'm in. Feeling cutesy foe today. Oh, ouch. Oh my god, what is on your head? You're so punk. You remind me of the fellow from the Spider-Man movie. I forgot his name. But that's what you're looking like. That's literally you right now. Oh, I gotta go. Well, nothing is wrong. P&G hair. Do you have a bob? Do you have a bob on right now? Yo! What's wrong with juicy berries? Oh, they do? I didn't even know that. Yay! Oh my god. I only played this game for the first time like last year. I- I'm not an old veteran like you. What the? Alright, then surely we win. Your neck was just snapped? Hello? Are you okay? Oh, I thought you, like, got all watery. Like, does your neck also snap? Oh. Okay. Is this before or after the water? Oh, Dermy. Okay. Ew. Okay. Yo. I didn't know you could grave rob in this game. I have one flint. Oh. Someone died with poop on their body. That's a little unlucky. Oh my god. Man, I don't know why you're a hater. These juicy berries look so cute. Well, just like put them in your mouth real fast. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Teehee. Oh. Oh. I think we should kill them. Maybe. Well, if they're racist. Oh, you can't hear the shrimp? Oh. I'm just talking to myself over here. Um. Hold on, hold on. They're coming. Um. Ah! It's fine, it's fine. Huh. Huh. I don't actually know how to fix all this. Discord, like, isn't a thing that I can select. Tee-hee-hee. Um. 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 Oh, okay, hold on. I'll be so right back. What if I, what if I never came back? What if I pranked them? I said, "Because okay, hold on. Okay, are you here? There's still not a Discord audio thing. What if I just share my entire... What? Okay, hold on. Okay, this is, this is going so good. Um, um, Discord isn't listed as a thing. Um, hmm. Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. It might be cooked for me. It might be so over. Discord. Shrimp is not working. It's so over. You're just in my head forever, I think. Yeah, I think so. I'll just share my entire desktop audio. Surely that's normal.
Yeah, it could work.
Surely.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
Surely.
it's fine. It's fine. I'm playing copyrighted music. Surely they'll not get me. Wipe out the earth to solve this problem. Oh, fuck is going... Yo! What is going on in the chat?
Oh, I forgot your thought says that. That's not very PG-13 of him. Is that fine? Do I need to shut him up? Do I need to...
No, it's surely regular and okay. Wait, where
Yeah.
are you? I haven't found any grass, so I don't have a torch. You left me. Help!
Oh my god! I just realized. Oh, we're fucked. We don't have.
Wait, have you seen any grass? You don't
no.
have any grass either.
No, I don't. Spider inverting?
What?
Look at chat!
What? Oh.
We're 18 minutes.
That's what happens when you. That's what happens when you give subs. Your spine gets inverted. Everyone gives subs to shrimp.
Oh, it's nighttime.
What if we're spiders and we can like see in the dark and it's so regular?
Oh,
Don't worry, I'm eating flower petals.
Disconnecting. It's called disconnecting.
I'm eating. Oh my god. Wait, are we just safe scumming?
Yeah, we're safe scumming. When you join and when you leave and rejoin, it will PvP off, PvP on now.
Huh? What?
You said we should play a PvP on. Excuse you.
Yeah, that's kind of real. What if I was lying?
And then you're going to have. No, don't say that. Shit. My humor's too edgy.
Sigh, where's my invite at?
Oh, you'll get it when I load in.
Man. It's rough out here.
Why don't we just start inviting random people on my friends list? Why don't we just start doing that?
Sure. Get them in here. Oh, we can get.
Only 4. Okay.
I'm gonna invite Zora while he's streaming.
I'm gonna invite Dyllsie.
Shay! Get her in here.
Get her in here.
Get her in here. I'm sure every one of these streams had some kind of stuff.
One of the tags. One of the tags is eating shrimp if this goes bad. What the?
Yo, don't say that. Don't out me.
Hey.
Listen.
You're so mean.
Listen, I'm just trying to not starve. It's regular. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm not starving.
What do you mean? Why does it have to go bad first?
Oh, wait, that's kind of real. Cannibalism stream.
Cannibalism stream.
Real, we're so hungry.
Yeah, I ate today. Okay, yeah, I'm good.
Oh, yeah, what did you eat?
I had some french fries.
What? Is that it? Where's your protein?
I'll eat protein later.
Okay. So you just made french fries and you're like, yup, this is awesome.
Oh, it's actually my app. Well, technically at like 1 in the morning I had a burger, but...
Okay.
So I have protein.
Okay. I guess that counts.
Can I have a little nibble of the shrimp, please? No!
Oh my god. But they said please.
You might have said please, but it's still... Where's the grass?
I don't know. Man, who hosted this world? They did a bad job.
This world is cursed! At least we don't have, like, the stick trees. Those suck.
Oh, yeah, I don't like this either. Shrimp is the meat sheesh.
I'm gonna commit evil. Where is the damn grass?
We're
gonna die before scene 1.
Nuh-uh.
Thank you for the follow, Fine Fox.
Oh my god, did your spine break?
Yeah.
Yippee! Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean, yippee?
Oh, sorry. This is so awesome. Wait, I found grass. Everything is okay.
Oh my god, you found... Oh my god, grass!
Oh my god,
I've never been excited to touch grass before.
Oh.
That's why I love going outside.
Oh. You didn't, like,
Foxes
have to admit
follow
that.
their prey before eating. I need to...
Oh. Wait, your spider is so happy.
Yeah, it's because I fed him.
Oh. Wait, how do I get a spider?
You walk up to one and feed him meat.
I didn't even know that. Where are the spiders at?
Oh my god, Weber's British.
Weber's British? Hello?
Yes! Yeah, I ate the juicy berries and they already went bad. So he went like stale like Mum's leftovers.
Oh,
My god.
that's a little unfortunate.
I can't believe Rubber's British.
Oh, can't believe I'm playing as
Oh,
a
a
British
touchstone! A
person.
touchstone! Oh.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing so good. This world is so awesome. Nearly died at your Pal World base. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
I think I want to play Pal World again, but I do not have it.
Uh,
Oh, don't go over here.
that makes me want to come over here. I'm on the way.
Don't. Okay.
Well, it's just a horse.
Oh.
It's
Well, send
regular.
the horses after the buffalo. The beefalo.
Wait, how do you
What is it
send
called
them?
again?
I think they're beefalo.
You just leave the monsters over here.
Okay.
They'll be like attack, and then violence will happen. I think.
Violence will happen. Excellent. Wait, how do I open my inventory? This is so cooked.
Hi, welcome in. There's no inventory. It's just the hotbar until you get like a backpack.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm doing stuff. What do you think? Where do you think we should put our base?
I have no clue.
What? But you're the expert.
I haven't played since I don't play that much.
No, whenever we agreed to collab, you promised you would carry me to victory and that we would get it past.
That.
No, you said we'd get past winter.
No.
Yeah.
I never make it past winter.
Sigh.
We shouldn't do it here because the beefalo would get how do I say this? They'll go into heat in the spring and they'll attack us and it's not fun. Oh, I'm going insane. That's fun.
Sheesh. Put base on the ground. Okay. That's good advice.
Feed us.
Yeah, that's real. We are getting hungry, huh?
Twitch chat doesn't deserve food.
Ahem. Luck.
They know what they've done.
Why? What have they done?
Oh. So many things.
Oh.
What did we do again? What haven't you done, Pog? What haven't you done?
Maybe I'll carry this with me.
Only good things. Also shrimp.
Where are we going?
Yes. Don't run me over!
Are you getting run over right now?
Yeah.
Why were your options get run over and then drink water?
There's more than that.
Oh, okay.
I've worked really hard on my redeems and people just keep running me over instead of like doing any of the cool ones. Actually,
what if that is cool? Have you considered that running you over sounds kind of awesome?
Why are they so violently placed? I don't know how the economy works.
They are just a shrimp.
I am just a shrimp.
They're just a shrimp. How are they supposed to know about the economy? The Truckoon!
I found the swamp! Yay!
Do you want to live in the swamp? Or are you just excited to be here?
I'm just excited to be here.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a torch. Hold on. Oh god. My inventory's full.
Your pockets are full. What is even in your pockets right now?
A lot of poop.
I'll carry it for you.
Oh, there's a pigman.
Huh?
Over there.
Oh, go kill it.
I'm low on health. Did you mean to send me an invite? Hey, Shrimp, yeah, join us.
Shrimp meat equals monies? Oh.
Oh, no, don't eat me.
Oh. Wait, how do you do the
Save
PvP?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, man.
Slash emote wave.
Slash emote.
Yeah.
Boss says join the game. Hello?
That was you. Look, I can dance.
Meow. Oh, that's... I gotta go.
What? You don't like my dance?
I don't really like your dance.
You don't like my dance? I'm also insane.
Why? What have you been doing?
Oh, it's because I was running around in darkness. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, surely picking flowers will help everything.
Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. Oh my god.
I don't eat the shrimp because I am. Because I am. Don't eat me. Eat other shrimps.
That was not very convincing.
Well, I'm like mostly human. Isn't that just cannibalism at this point? Oh, Chester!
Well, it could be. Oh my god! That was so fast.
Oh, Chester, eat these.
Man, where's the spider at? Come out! I have a snack. I have a snack for you.
They might come out in the afternoon.
Oh.
At night.
Well, they should come out when I tell them to.
I can't eat the fox. It tastes horrible.
Huh?
What the? Can we?
Who's eating fox?
People have definitely done that before. Oh, at what point do we ban the cannibalism? At what point?
It's my whistle. I think I'm making friends. I think these spiders are happy. Yippee! I've never done that before. Yo, this turkey is eating all my berries.
Yeah, I hate them. That's why we'll kill them and feed them to spiders.
Okay, that sounds good. Oh, I gotta eat carrots mid-retreat.
Go away, you fuck-ass frog!
That's so real. My berries!
It won't leave me! Oh god. I don't have a single clue where Faust is.
I'm by a berry bush.
Why is there so many of them?
Huh. So many
this
of
world
what?
is cursed. Frogs.
Yeah.
There's so many frogs.
Man, why'd you give us a cursed world, huh?
I don't know.
Sigh. Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm by some pigs. What if I take your meat? Is that so chill? They're not chill. They're not chill.
Oh, if you leave them over here. There's tentacles over here. You can leave them over here and they'll get murdered.
Oh. Wait, come here. Come get murdered. Wait, come here.
Oh.
Wait, they're low-key haters. They don't want to get killed. What's up with that?
Oh, okay, they won't
Sigh.
follow. I have no health. This sucks. Why don't they want to get murdered?
I don't know. My pockets.
Do not hit me.
he wants to follow, but I don't know where the tentacles are. Why is this game so hard?
I keep forgetting Dyllsie's here.
Dyllsie's in the game?
Yes, Dyllsie is here.
I don't even see her. Is this Dyllsie?
Maybe you're Dyllsie.
Oh my god, I've always wanted to be Dyllsie.
Oh my god. Dyllsie real?
Wait, we're all webbers.
I'm going back to spawn because I don't know what I'm doing.
Eat Dyllsie. How bad do things have to be for emergency rations? Probably pretty bad. My hunger's looking pretty good right now. My health is not. Shrimp, do you give health when you're eating, do you think? Or just hunger?
No, I do poison damage. I'm radioactive.
What if that sounds kind of awesome? Come here, where are you?
I'm at spawn.
You're at spawn!
Yeah.
You're at spawn. Oh my god, you're so far away. What is that? Is that Dyllsie? A grass gecko. What is that? I think I'm hallucinating a little bit.
Oh no, pick up the spider and... No,
Yeah,
stop
like
giving me silk! I need meat. Don't ask me what happened to the spiders.
Did you get spiders? I thought they were like our buds.
I think you just fed that to me, Dyllsie. I think you just... Yeah, they are our buds, but Mom told me never to do that. You keep force feeding me, Dyllsie. What the hell?
I think I'm... Oh. I got killed by a dog.
Oh, okay, there's a touchstone in the savannah.
Okay. Is the savannah the one with cactuses or the ones with like bunnies?
The beefalo.
The beefalo, okay.
Why is your friend smiling? Joyful.
Don't say joyful.
What else am I supposed to say?
Joyful. Who's feeling joyful right now? Okay, well don't think about it so hard. That's cooked.
Okay, I almost choked on my coffee. I was about to take my apple punch.
Oh dear. This is not going so well.
What the Dyllsie doing?
Eat the fox? Corpse is still fresh? Oh man.
Oh, okay,
but
maybe don't set up spawn base right next to spawn. There's Clockwork Rook. I can't pronounce that.
Well, surely you just like kill them. Should just kill people. Surely that's the strat. Have you considered killing people?
Dyllsie!
Are you considering?
Dyllsie! Oh god! Oh god!
Oh god.
Things are happening here!
Should I get my stuff?
Oh, if you want your stuff.
I don't really want my stuff. I'll just... Oh, but my, like, little whistle.
I should have
Surely I don't need it.
What the fuck is this?
Surely it's not necessary.
The beefalo will protect. Oh my god, did they kill it? They killed it!
They killed what?
The beefalo. Oh, there was a clockwork rook.
Oh.
They did it, yeah.
Well, that's good. Okay, I'm coming to find you.
I'm gonna commit deforestation.
Oh, awesome.
Weber, take these.
I thought you were Weber.
Not. I meant to
Oh
say
my God.
Chester. Sorry, they have similar names.
Yo. Dyllsie just gave me manure. Man, can I kill Dyllsie?
No, don't kill Dyllsie.
How do you do
You can kill
PvP?
Dyllsie. You hit them. Here, let me show you. Let me show you.
Okay. Not on me! You're supposed to do that to Dyllsie. Oh my god. Now your spiders are attacking even though I'm literally Weber.
Oh yeah, they do that. You can kill him. Don't worry. Hold on, let me pick him up. Let me pick up my
He's
spider.
joyful. He's joyful as he's killing me.
I'll pick him up. Stop
This
moving
game
so much.
sucks. This game sucks. I want to go home.
Okay, here. Leave joyful. Oh, hi, Tim.
Yo.
Okay, hopefully when I put him back down, he won't be attacking you.
Okay.
Oh no, he's still attacking you.
Man,
Maybe
I'm
pick
on
him back up.
38 HP. No web whistle.
Okay.
I'm sad and soggy. At least my skirt looks cute.
It's okay. I'll just put him in timeout.
Okay. Surely that's good.
Okay, we need to get more gold, I think.
Oh, my corpse had gold. Sigh. I'll go get my corpse.
I guess we have to perform necromancy again.
Sigh.
Psych.
Okay.
Oh my god, there's fish! Why was I so excited about fish?
Yo, fish are awesome. Shout out fish emote. Okay, you find a place to live.
Okay, I'll find a place to live. Do we let Dyllsie join the VC too, or should we just keep her? Type in. Do we keep her? Do we keep Dyllsie? Do we keep?
What do we keep her? Like she's a dog. Like can we keep her? I found this on the street. I promised to feed her.
Oh, what the? Paul, are you still there? Can you approve that message?
Pause tapping emoji. Pull up tapping they pause.
Okay. I don't think any of my mods are here, so I have to approve this message by myself.
I thought Dyllsie was a mod.
Dyllsie's playing Don't Starve with us!
Okay, well she's supposed to multitask. Chop chop.
Yeah.
This is why you pay her the the big bucks.
Yeah, the big bucks. Definitely.
We all pay Dyllsie around here. Oh wait, the dogs that killed me are still here.
I made a lasagna bread bowl. That sounds so good. I want lasagna.
How does that work? Does it have noodles and also bread, or is it just like the guts of lasagna in a bread bowl? I gave Dyllsie $1 one time.
I used rice Gouda instead of pasta. I love Gouda.
Oh. Wait, that sounds so interesting. I can't really imagine what that would taste like, but I bet it was good. I don't know, I think anything in a bread bowl is automatically pretty awesome.
I haven't had a bread bowl before.
Really? Oh, they're so good. I do think they're kind of awkward when you get to the bottom, because, like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I think you're supposed to eat the bowl.
Yeah, but, like, the bottom is all wet. Weird. And then are you just supposed to eat the, like, wet, soggy bread? I don't know.
Yeah. You haven't had soggy bread before?
Well, I try to avoid it. Oh man, I died again.
Oh my god!
Well, I was trying to get my corpse, but then a dog got me.
We don't have
Sigh.
anything to revive you with!
No, it's so chill. Here, I'll...
You drain our sanity, though!
I do. Isn't that kind of awesome? Here, I'll hunt some hounds for you.
Okay.
You can eat a normal bowl if you're not a coward. I don't really even know what to say to that.
Well, Faust, are you a coward?
I don't know. I guess not. I know I have wooden bowls, and I feel like that wouldn't be too bad to eat. But like the ceramic ones, or like the metal ones, I feel like you'd have to smash it with a hammer and then eat it like chips. But that would probably hurt your teeth, huh? Much to consider.
We need a spider gland.
Do you need a ghost?
Yes. This is so we can revive you.
Yippee! Alright, start killing your friends.
Ah, not more silk! Okay. Okay. We see a weird rabbit. Do not attack that thing.
A weird rabbit?
Okay. Thank you, Dyllsie.
Crunchy ceramic. Ooh, I'm starving. Oh my god! Can I haunt you? Doggy. Yeah! Aww. I love existing for other people.
Shovel. Okay.
Shovel. Knock knock. Oh, who's there?
Time for a snack. Shut up, Weber. I'll feed you eventually.
I wish the hounds got Dyllsie.
What?
It should have been her.
Why are you being mean to Dyllsie?
They know what they did.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate the amount of eyes my ghost has. That's kind of awesome.
Awesome, if you will.
Oh. I gotta go. I'm gonna walk my fish. Why is your zesty shrimp bot like being weird?
Oh, it's because I made him weird. Hold on.
Shrimpo-chan?
Oh, that's an Epic the Musical reference.
It is?
Yeah, because it kind of sounds like, what's his name? Sorry, let me go when a few more times. But in God games, when he, what was his fucking name? The war guy was like, He didn't even try to kill her. When referring to Ixilla, it sounded more like Aries. Yeah, Aries. Sorry, I'm tired.
Oh, the war guy.
The war guy.
Shrimp. I didn't know you meant the god of war. Okay.
Yeah, he sounded like he said he didn't even try tequila.
Oh.
Okay.
Just me and my froggy pond. Oh, this is so awesome.
I need more meat.
Man, imagine dying twice. Yikes.
Yeah, imagine.
I can't.
He didn't even try tequila. Okay. Oh, I do have a backpack, by the way, now. Do you like it?
What does it look like?
It's invisible.
Okay. No, that's not drip at all. Oh my god. Okay. This looks like Dyllsie.
Okay, I'm gonna do something really stupid. I'm gonna start Spider World War Fleet. I'm sure it'll work great.
You're starting a Spider War?
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
You can't even afford to feed your little guys. What?
Oh, don't those ones. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, Dyllsie killed my spiders that I tamed to kill other spiders, but it's okay. Dyllsie, can you make the telltale heart? Because I don't have enough health to do it safely. Okay.
I think I'm gambling right now. Wow.
You can gamble when you're dead? Okay.
Well, I don't know if anything's really happening, but like the cards are going. So that's something. Don't worry, I'm hunting seeds.
Wow.
I'm helping with the war efforts. How's your work going?
It's over. I killed all the spiders are dead. That's what happened.
Which like all your guys are dead?
Oh,
so
all
you
the
lost?
ones besides. Yes, I do. I have. No, the intended purpose was to kill all the spiders.
Okay. Party Juan. Who is Juan? Why they got a coconut bra? Kind of awesome.
Okay, come to spawn.
I'm coming. Wow, you got a campfire and everything. Wow. I'm examining Dyllsie. Oh, I'm examining
You're alive
shrimp.
again?
Yeah. This is so awesome. You've seen better days. Better not be talking to me. What the? Oh my god, thank you for a frog leg. Oh my god, and you have a garden? Wow. Didn't you say not to build that spawn because of something?
Yeah, I think so, but oh well. It'd be like this sometimes.
Do I try to get my stuff and die a third time?
No, please don't.
Sigh, I had gold though.
gold. I have plenty of gold. Don't worry.
Okay, okay. Yippee! Okay, all the plants have been spoken to.
We need to prepare for winter, and I don't know how to do that. Dyllsie, do you know how to do that? Ah, there's a fucking pig!
Oh dear. We need like heat stones, right?
Yeah.
That would surely help.
There's spiders over here. We can leave that pig too. Dress for, yeah. How do we?
Dressing worm.
Oh, I hear hounds. Oh, I forgot to
Yo!
select the extra hounds.
What? What do you mean?
Set Frost on fire. Okay, we can set
Okay.
Frost on fire.
Okay. I'm eating both of you.
What would the Dyllsie taste like?
Probably sprinkles.
Probably sprinkles.
I think so.
Doggies are coming.
Doggies.
I can't take a single hit, I think.
I hit you with an axe.
Hey, I revived you from the dead.
Yeah, but you also hit me with an axe. Have you considered that?
Doggies are coming. Yeah? Well, you were asking me to show you how PvP works.
Yeah, I'm Dyllsie.
Yeah, but that would have been mean. I can't wait to die. Heart emoji. Yay.
Okay, that's good.
Emote dance.
Why are you dancing?
What? What's wrong with me dancing?
You're like just swaying your hips back and forth. I don't know. Look like a
This
weirdo.
is like a 13-year-old boy. Do you think he'd know how to dance? Look at him.
Like he could be hitting that a little better. I'm exiting the dance floor.
He is a white boy. He's just also a spider.
What do you mean he's a white boy?
Oh, someone didn't watch one of all his cinematic trailers. All of them. I like Don't Starve. Oh,
I don't really know the lore other than what Dyllsie has told me about her favorite characters.
Yeah, no. Dyllsie doesn't. Not Dyllsie. Foss doesn't know the lore.
I don't know the lore. I know the little mermaid girl is cute. And that's all I got.
I eat the I eat the butterfly.
You're eating the butterfly?
Yeah, because it heals you.
Oh.
Thwart my daughter.
Got a lot of daughters. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But a little suspicious.
Have you considered,
Considering?
I think these are all eggplants.
I don't want to consider that. Man. Eggplant dinner for today. Have
I even eaten eggplant in my life? I don't think I have.
You haven't? I think I've had it like in stir fry. Maybe.
I might have had it in stir fry. I don't remember. Look out, Sonic! It's Dr. Eggplant. Okay.
Okay.
Dyllsie, can you start communicating in wingdings?
Okay. Undertale reference. Sheesh. I hope Dyllsie is actually Gaster. That would be awesome.
I wish Dyllsie was real.
Me too. She's just
Chester is
a
so
voice in our
fucking
head
loud.
for today. You don't like him going boing, boing, boing?
Yeah, it's oh,
Why
okay.
are you a hater?
It just gets annoying after a while. Oh, I see. I understand, Dyllsie. Okay.
Does it do a question mark if it doesn't recognize the character?
I think so.
We're so cooked. I don't think any of these are eggplants. I think maybe you're a little silly goofy.
I think they're gonna be. I don't know. Maybe you're silly goofy.
How could you say that to me? Okay, I don't even know what I need. I need something. Flint?
Oh, it's raining.
Yippee! This is what happens when you follow Retail Shrimp on Twitch.
Yeah, guys, follow me. Guys, please.
Hi, Carrot. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Wow, I'm feeling so healthy, Fo, today.
Only rich people can do care packages on my streams.
Is your hydrate like really expensive?
Yeah.
Why do you say that like you weren't sure?
That's just how I talk.
Oh.
Water doesn't come cheap in the ocean.
That's real.
I'm a freshwater shrimp.
Is
you
that
know this, Dyllsie?
Is that true? Why are you a freshwater shrimp?
You haven't heard of cherry shrimp before? They're so cute.
Are they pink?
They come in mostly red, but they can be yellow or blue.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, I need stone. But I think hounds are coming soon, so I don't. You wanna?
But the hounds just came.
Oh, they're here?
Well, no, didn't they come
starving.
like a day? What?
No, they're not here yet. I haven't seen any hounds. Were they just only after you?
Did it not say like doggies are coming like a day ago?
Yeah, but that's just a warning.
Why would they? Why would it warn us if they took so long?
So you can prepare. I've seen retail shrimp pay Dead by Daylight. Following them will 100% get you lost in the fog.
Oh.
Hey, I'm not that bad.
Do you run into the fog?
I found confused a lot. Don't worry about it. Eat the hounds. I will.
What? Oh.
They'll drop monster meat. Oh, this only leaves us. That's only.
That's good.
Yeah. Our spiders might eat it all, so we have to be fast to pick it up.
Oh. I'm gonna find this spider. I have no joy, no whimsy.
Why would we not want to feed the common people the working class?
I think
because they eat too much, and then we're like, damn, I don't have enough meat to feed them. Okay,
have you considered...
when they eat meat off the ground, it doesn't tame them, and it's annoying.
Have you considered that we're more equal than them?
I didn't hear what you said. Oh, big man after me again.
Again?
Yeah, they won't leave me alone. Okay, how much
We
hunger
gotta
do I have?
kill
I have
them.
15 hunger.
15! Oh my god. We need to eat something.
This is epic shrimp gaming.
Oh. Well, that's good.
Oh, hi Dyllsie. We will kill this rabbit. We will.
Okay.
Aaron, what does shrimp bot have to say?
It is shrimple time? Is that good or not?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know.
He's your shrimp bot.
Yeah, but a lot of these are chat suggestions, so I don't know.
It's so cooked. It's so cooked. Thank you for the work. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
This is epic shrimp gaming.
This
Running
is so
around
epic.
confused. Leave my best friend alone. What does that mean, Dyllsie? Well,
I'm gonna beat up your best friend. Don't even worry, I'm making a chest and it's gonna be so epic and awesome. Wow, there are a lot of spiders here. Sheesh.
Oh, okay. Okay, Dyllsie.
Where do I put this? Maybe here. Yeah, this is epic, huh? Oh my god, thank you! What does this mean? Oh, why do you have more? Girl! Okay, I just got some cards. Felt like a magic trick. Okay. It's all in the cards. Is that a League of Legends reference? Furnace gloves. What? What is happening? Flip. Oh, you can flip them. Here, I'll decorate our house.
Oh god.
Yo, you don't trust my interior design? Oh, it's not really centered, huh? Girl! I'm working on it.
I'm grabbing some grass. I am still starving, but you know, it's okay. It's don't starve together. It's fine.
Oh yeah, we do need some food, huh?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. If only somebody was like working on that instead of putting cards around the base. Okay, don't even worry. I'm gonna get grass and then I'm gonna make like rabbit traps. Where's our fire? We're looking for the fire
I know.
list.
Oh, that's what I was doing. I was looking for stone. Okay, we don't.
I might have. Oh, I don't have any stone. Oh my god, thank you.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
it a
we have
song that plays?
Oh, it's.
Who has a torch? Yippee!
I'm not wrong.
Oh,
I'm starving. I'm gonna eat Dyllsie.
Here, don't worry. I'm feeding you. Is this helping?
Wow. It's called a flashlight. Oh, yeah, it is helping. Thank you. I'm being force-fed again.
Again! This is a song that plays when you force feed your friend 16 seeds.
Oh, Katarina, what are you doing?
Oh my god! Put him on the mic.
Oh, he's not gonna say anything. Okay. Okay, Catachino.
What if he does? I like that his name
He's
is
a very
Catachino.
quiet cat. Yeah, his
Die.
name's Catachino because he's a cat.
He's
There we
quiet
go,
because
very
you
good.
repress him.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay,
Sigh.
now he's at the desk. And he's in my way, so I'm gonna have to. So I'm just staring blankly at the screen. Oh, my card is more excited.
Okay. Whoa!
Who's
What
a
are
good
you
boy?
up to?
Don't step on the keyboard.
Step
Thank you.
on the keyboard.
Who's a good kitty?
Okay, I'm gonna get grass. I'm gonna set so many rabbit traps. It's gonna be so awesome, and we're not gonna starve.
Oh, please don't attack the screen. Okay. I can't.
Do you see what I mean? Like, you're just repressing him, I think. You're
How
not.
can I repress?
You're not letting him do what he wants to do.
If I let him do what he wants to do, we'll all die.
Well, maybe that's our problem, not his problem.
Have you considered that my cat is just a murderer?
Well, have you considered?
That's not like he sounds like.
Oh.
I hear panting. Boys will be boys.
That's so real. Alright, now do the white boy dance.
Oh, please don't spawn at Weber. Catachino! Oh, let me start recording him. Hold on.
Oh my god, a wormhole! Get me in there.
Oh, have you had enough of Weber as soon as I start recording? You... He's a good kitty. Miapiato is, not you.
Yo, what the? It's kind of messed up.
Okay, you know, I'll give up. I'm grave robbing. Thank you for the head pats.
I give up. I'm grave robbing. Cool door.
Oh, hi, Dyllsie. I didn't see you. There's a cat in my way. I got a red gem from grave robbing. Yippee!
Yo, that's so awesome. Wait, this is where my old body is. There's dogs here. Gotta leave.
You're out here grave robbing.
Man, I wish. Okay, who is this way?
Cat in my face. He's in my face. I can mine the Maxwell statue. I feel like that might not be a good idea. Okay, cat.
The what statue?
The Maxwell statue.
Max?
Anyway. Damn. Mining away.
Sheesh. Need more grass for real. Is this a different touchstone? Maybe not. Doesn't look
Oh, it's
broken,
broken.
though. It's not broken, but I don't know
Oh,
where
then
the
it's a different one.
I don't know
Ball
where the
check.
broken one is. Ball
What?
check. Shrimp, you go first.
Don't have any still?
Okay, that's good. We
Where
gotta make
are some
sure.
damn berries or something so I stop starving to
Oh,
death?
man. Can I have mine? Oh my god! That's so nice. My turn?
Wow.
Oh, it's kind of sensitive information. A secret, if you will. Soralius is ballin'? I do not believe that. Okay. Okay, we're making another rabbit trap. Don't worry, I'm gonna get so much food for us,
I'm at
and it's gonna be
14
so.
health.
No, stop! I'm cooking you dinner,
Hey.
Shirley.
I would like to point out that you died twice.
I would like to point out that you promised me that you would always protect me and keep me safe, and then you didn't do that.
I will leak our DMs. I did not say that.
Yo, that's cooked. Sigh.
Oh, there's the hounds. Okay.
Yo, that's where my corpse is. There might be treasure over there.
There might be, but there's also hounds everywhere, and I'm at 14 health. Hi,
Well, they don't chomp your health.
What do you mean they don't chomp your health?
Well, you being hungry doesn't really affect the hounds, now does it?
Health! I'm at 14 health!
Oh,
HP!
Wait, that makes sense.
Hello.
Yeah, you got a point. Well, surely you just like win those. Have you considered? Have you considered that you win? Have you considered that potato plants grew? Sheesh.
Kill this man. Not Dyllsie.
I need 12
Don't hit
rocks. I don't even got 12 rocks, dog.
You attacking too? Yeah. Oh, that's Dyllsie! I hit the wrong thing! No!
But
are you okay, Dyllsie? I accidentally lit Dyllsie on fire. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. That sounds usual.
Dyllsie was on fire for a second. Oh god.
I'm sure she's like chill.
I'm so dead.
You're
I
dead.
died.
Oh, you both died. What the? What am I supposed to do? I'm cooked.
Oh, you're supposed to get a telltale heart.
Okay.
And revive Dyllsie. Come here often.
Okay, if you like go to spawn, like around that area, there's a touchstone. Well, I don't know. I don't know what direction your map is. But there is a touchstone kind of by spawn. Where are you?
We're in a forest.
Okay.
Chucksters, he has like 1,000 HP, don't worry.
Chuckster?
Chester.
Who calls it Chuckster?
Dyllsie! I can't believe you're not looking at the chat.
Well, no, I'm like clowning on her.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What the hell?
Oh
Anka. Oh, that's so real. I'm so hungry in here. Oh.
That's spiders. What are you doing, Cappuccino? Oh my god, I just felt something touching me and it's just Cappuccino, just chilling.
Cute. I need flint so I can have a pickaxe so that I can mine rocks so I can make a fire.
Yeah, what do you want, Cappuccino? You want out? Yeah, you do.
Release him.
what to do now. Do I just start spamming soundboard sound effects?
What? No. Why?
Oh.
Why is that what? Okay, thank you. That's kind of awesome. Yes. Oh.
I hope this is being picked up on my stream. Oh, it is. Okay.
It's
Pikmin.
okay, if you have it oriented like the map so that the science machine is south of the spawn, if you keep going south, there's a touchstone like right above the river.
Okay.
Like maybe not right above,
Oh,
but like pretty close to it.
It's okay. It's okay. What if you die in the time it takes me to get there, and then we're just like, oh, time to start a new world?
I wouldn't be that mad about it.
Honestly, should we just start a new world? Should I add Zora on Steam so he can join too?
Yeah,
Please.
he's streaming, but
Do you think he'll? Do you think he'll join? Hold on. Let me ask him. Oh,
don't skip
yeah.
stream chat. That's crazy.
Oh, fine. I won't ask him in his stream chat. Fine.
No, you should.
Do you guys have balls yet? We're dead.
No, we need balls. You wanna come?
Yeah. Do you wanna?
We can each have one. That would be so awesome.
Ghost balls?
Okay, I died. Yippee!
Okay, reset now.
Yippee!
Okay.
Surely the new world will have
balls.
good things. No, not balls. Surely it'll have regular berries and grass. Good stuff. Surely we'll get so lucky. Hi, Ryan.
Okay, Are we gonna continue on as Weber? Like my other guys.
It doesn't matter to me. I think it's nice that Weber can eat monster meat, but I'm also a big fan of Walter, so I could do whatever.
Why are you guys so bad? Why aren't you playing with us? Why?
Girl, aren't you playing Skyrim right now? I don't carry. Okay, hold on. 10 minutes. Oh my god.
Hold on. Let me send you my Steam fence code because I said it's a funds only. And I said we do not have you added yet. I do not have the Zora. Okay.
Sugar plum slippers.
I'm gonna be.
He gonna be.
I wanna be Wes. I think I wanna play as Wirt, but Wirt doesn't do good in multiplayer.
Why not?
It's just kind of her mechanics.
Oh.
Why do I keep going? Help! I'll play as Wendy.
Is that the Viking girl who attacks a lot?
No, that's Wakefoot.
Oh. Yeah, haha, I be knowing the lore.
Yeah.
Windy, my daughter.
Okay. Oh, this world's cursed. It has truly trees.
No. Shrimp, why are you so bad at this? How could you do this to us?
I don't know. Oh, Dyllsie's a fish.
Hold on, I'm getting my drip together. I don't really have a lot of drip. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh my god, I have a mom. Okay, Dyllsie.
Stop! Oh, bless you. Oh, bless you.
Oh my god.
Bless you. Okay, now you're just greedy.
Hey, you do need to say bless you all those times. I still need to sneeze. Oh, stop hitting me with a truck!
Wait,
Oh,
hold
you
on.
don't know about that redeem?
No, hold on. Let me in there. Oh my god, I'm on the stream. This is so awesome. Okay, can you get hit by a truck again?
Okay.
I'm glad you're not wearing a wig. Oh my god! That's not really what I was expecting. I thought you'd just get like pancaked. I didn't think you'd go like off the screen like that. This is so awesome.
And it's juicy berry bushes. Fuck this world.
Shrimp, you're throwing. You're throwing. How could you do this to us? Hi, Big Papa.
This is evil. You know what? I'm gonna punch Dyllsie.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Please stop it, Florp.
Okay, I'm aura farming.
This is average children behavior.
Florp. Wait, who is Florp?
That's just what word says.
What? Florp.
Yeah, she says that.
Wait, say Florp.
Florp.
That does not even sound like Florp. I feel like I'm being
I
gaslit right now. Wait, you
I have a speech impediment.
Not you. I mean, like, it doesn't... I have not heard any Florp in this whole game. They just sound like instruments. Your hair is so cute. I like the flower. I haven't seen her before. What's their deal?
She has a dead sister.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Here.
Sister check. Oh! Wow, this is just like Terraria. Her sister died and she's sad about it and she's emo. Do we want to keep forcing Dyllsie to type?
Dyllsie, do you want to join a VC? You want to talk to us, Dyllsie, or...
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay if you don't want to. No pressure or anything.
Only pressure. No. Okay.
No!
Add friends to DM.
We're such good professional streamers. They left me!
Okay, why did it call start
Hello?
immediately? It scared me.
Hello?
It scared me. Okay.
Hello?
Where did I put you to?
Dyllsie, I don't have a thing for you.
You
Please hold.
don't? That's so sad.
That's so sad. I'm sorry for being a hater and a bad mom.
Do you hate me?
Yeah, I can't believe
Yeah, I do.
I haven't put
No.
yet.
I knew it.
Yeah, kind of real.
Oh my god, there's a stick!
A stick?
Don't say,
Can I-
oh my god, there's a stick, as if there's not
Can I
1
touch it?
billion sticks in this game.
Yeah, but this is... okay. You guys don't understand me.
Are you a doggy? Oh
No,
my god,
I
there's
understand.
a stick.
I understand what it's like to long for a stick.
Yeah.
Girl.
No, I just haven't seen any!
Girl.
Hey, fetch. Fetch.
Who
Oh my god, a
fetching.
stick!
Oh my god, a stick.
Oh my god!
Oh
Oh
my
my god, a stick.
god. Okay, surely this run is gonna be so much better
Yeah,
because we're really cute looking.
yeah.
I got a dog and you got a flower in your hair and you're just a small little critter.
I am.
Look how short you are compared to me.
I know. Oh my god, I'm tiny. You also have large hair. But
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
yeah, I don't have hair at all.
Tricky,
Oh.
Tricky Tree World, it's GG. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
No,
We're
but
so fucked.
but Grin, listen. Have you considered that our vibes are good?
Yeah.
Surely that's enough.
Can do attitude.
Hello, dearest Cinna.
Oh,
Awa
yeah.
here speaking for Big Papa again, as
Oh.
he's out of points. For
Listening.
now. It looks like you're having a fantastic day. This game looks super interesting, but doing all of this work in game without safety equipment feels like an OSHA
You
violation.
know
I'm
what?
being
I'm
followed.
gonna
Funny story about all that.
leave.
I had to visit
Yeah, I
a
am
job site
following
today,
you.
and there was a
Hi.
frog on site.
Hi.
It was really cool
Hi.
to see the frog, but I unfortunately had to kick him off the site for a safety violation. He had open-toed shoes.
Wow, thank you for that, TTS. That was so awesome, and I loved hearing it. Sigh.
Have
Guys,
14 grass. It's all
twigs.
yours.
Oh,
Um,
Oh,
are,
let me
are,
make a
grass.
fire
are
for us.
you gonna
Wait, I
die?
don't- Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have
It's been
any
nice to know
twigs.
you.
Ah!
Yeah.
See? Do you guys understand why I was excited about seeing a twig?
Yeah.
I don't have any twigs. Yeah, you understand now.
Who's
Wait.
this stupid dog?
Yeah! Look at her. She's
That's Swampy.
cute.
Oh.
Girl.
Oh my god.
Why are you a
Doesn't-
hater?
doesn't-
I feel like you're
doesn't
just
Bobby turn
jealous
Brian?
because me and Shrimp both have little like pals, and then you just got a big
I
frowny
am.
face.
You know what? Maybe I am jealous. Maybe I am jealous. Maybe
Oh, don't
I
worry, don't
just
worry.
lied.
Dyllsie will
Yeah.
get 1,000 merms doing enough.
Yeah.
Oh god,
Yeah.
the grass is on fire.
I have to find my family,
Wait, what if I tell you a
And-
story?
and you'll see.
Okay, Shirley. Do you like my story?
No, it's kind of
Yeah.
shit.
Yo!
Hey!
Whatever. Me
I
and my
just like being honest.
28 grass are going elsewhere.
28.
You,
That's a
you
lot of
can
grass.
go grass yourself somewhere else.
Oh my god. I'm sorry I'm the only one who knows how to mow the lawn around here.
Oh my god. Okay,
Sneezes on
maybe you
you.
should make that your new job. Huh?
Oh my god.
Sigh.
I
Dad
want
jokes will
lasagna.
continue until. What? Don't just say you want lasagna. Go get some.
I just what?
Sonia.
I have no money!
Do you have noodles?
No. No, I don't.
Do you have? What even is a noodle? Do you have marinara sauce?
No.
I'm sure you could make like prison lasagna if you really wanted to.
I have a cat. No, I don't. He left. Oh,
Oh, this is good.
Abigail, kill the spider. Abigail.
Yo, why is shrimp bot scary?
Shrimpot's the goat.
No, I think it's a shrimp.
I
Shrimpot is
love
about to be a
Shrimpot.
little scary as a treat.
Yeah.
Okay. Understandable.
Someone asked me before if my website was an ARG.
An ARG. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah. I was like, no, I'm just that good at graphic design, really.
What?
Oh, Faust, have you seen my website before?
cool. You
Yeah,
haven't?
I opened it on my stream.
Okay.
And we
Good,
Oh,
good.
you did.
we read. I want to say about Fang, but maybe it wasn't Fang. It
Oh,
was
no,
somebody.
that's not my website. Let me in. No. Oh yeah, hold on. Sorry, let me add you. Hold on. Let
Let
me
me
add you
in,
on Steam so I can
please.
invite you because I set it to friends only. Add friend.
I found Merms.
Oh my god. Go make some friends.
Yeah, I love friends. Hello,
Yeah.
family.
I
Hello,
hear
family.
child.
Child? Like from Genshin Impact? Or like an actual child?
There's
My
no way
little
you.
sister, who is barely a child, she's like about to be 16, but yeah.
There's no way you heard child and your mind immediately went to Genshin Impact.
There's a character and his like little codename is Child. And
I
he's really
know.
cool.
I remember him.
Yeah, he's really cool.
I didn't like him.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you're a
well,
hater.
okay.
Sigh.
You know what? Maybe I am a hater.
You know what? That's
Maybe
pretty real.
maybe my favorite drink is Haterade.
Haterade.
Where is this call? Oh, hold on. Let me add you to the group chat. How do
No,
you...
make him type.
Wait, I've never spoken.
make him
I've never
type.
spoken to Zora before. I'm
Oh,
kind of scared right
you're
now.
lucky.
I'm kind of shy. I'm kind of nervous.
Don't say kind of shy, like
I'm kind of shy.
kind of shy.
How does that make a bad impression?
I'm feeling kind of shy.
Oh my god, why are you so much
Hello.
louder than everyone else?
Oh my god, I'm
Wow.
sorry.
Say it's because I have
Oh,
you turned
why
okay.
did
up.
Zora?
Am I supposed to be
Why did
streaming?
Zora
I'm still doing
muted?
that.
Yeah, here. Do you wanna come?
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry.
You're streaming?
I'm gonna start shimming too.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god, debut.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
JK,
Dyllsie,
JK.
you?
That's a lot.
JK. My computer cannot handle that.
Oh man, I thought you got a better computer with better Wi-Fi.
I did, but the Wi-Fi sucks now.
I thought
It's
you
very.
did.
It's inconsistent now.
Oh,
I don't know why.
it's so
It like
sad.
cuts out.
Well, at least
Where
like
am
you
I?
play. Girl, I
Yeah.
don't know.
I'm having a great time.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
I'm feeling it.
Okay, that's good. Alright, where do we want to build our
Ball check.
base? No,
Oh,
that's...
sorry.
Ball check.
Where do we want to build our balls?
Hopefully...
Ball
My game opened on the wrong monitor.
Oh yeah, you have to
that
go into
happened
files.
to Shrimp too.
You have to go into the
Oh.
settings and you have to set it to the right monitor number. Hold on.
Well, my left
Let me-
monitor is now doing this stanky leg, and I don't know how to fix it.
Oh, you just have to close the game. Hold on. Let me send you the guide I used. Oh, how to.
Fail for your bad days, make me more different.
True.
Where are you guys?
I'm hanging out with my family.
Okay,
On
where's
my
your
left
family?
monitor.
Okay.
They're in
Shrimp?
they're in the family store.
I don't know where I
Girl.
am.
I don't even see a swamp. Where are you?
Look for the large tree with the ore coming out of it.
Where am I?
There's
was-
teleports over here.
Fine, I'll show you where my home is,
Okay,
and maybe I'll invite you over from time to time if you
that's so
behave.
nice. If I behave, girl,
Yeah.
I'm getting attacked
If
by
you behave.
tall birds right now.
Oh,
I'm going back to spawn.
those things used to scare me so much.
Like as a kid, or
Oh.
just like
Yeah.
as an adult?
When I was a kid.
Like
Yeah,
yesterday.
I would always be afraid that I would walk into the bathroom and there'd be like a tall bird waiting for me.
Tallbird jump scare.
They're scary. They're scary. They're uncanny.
Why would they be in the
Oh,
bathroom?
guys, they want to waste their time on raising a baby tallbird.
Like, I
Yo,
was also
that is
scared of
not
like
a waste of
Minecraft
time.
Enderman.
It is. It is though because it grows up and then attacks you.
Yeah, I think he should still raise them, just to be nice.
Yeah,
I think they deserve a life.
and then we can kill them and eat them.
Yeah.
Hey, where are you guys at? Does anybody have it? I only have one twig, and I'm panicking, and it's gonna be dark.
Go to
Oh
spawn.
yeah,
Are
I'll
you at
find you.
spawn?
Don't
I'm
worry.
at spawn.
I'm-
Help! I need a stick. I'm gonna freak
I'm
it.
coming. I'm coming.
Oh my God.
Wait for me.
Hi.
Wait for me. Wait for
Okay,
me.
I'm waiting
No,
for
I
you.
just want to give you one stick. Okay. Oh well.
You might be cooked.
You
Oh,
can
wait.
give me any sticks.
Guys,
Good.
Look for me.
Oh,
Do you
come
see
here.
my guy?
Come here. I see your guy.
Come to my guy.
I'm coming.
Hi. Hi.
Wait. Oh my god, you have a fire!
I do, because I'm
I don't have a
proactive.
single clue where Zora is.
I'm on my left monitor.
Oh, okay, you're on your
Oh.
left monitor.
No, I got it.
I
Don't
said-
even worry.
I sent you the guide on how to fix it.
I
You're
just
okay.
might need another invite, maybe.
Yeah.
Wait, I
You can
can't
go
feed
to
you?
Steam. You can go to your library on and go to DST and find your friend and right click and say join game. That's what I did.
Wait,
I'm
you just
moving
snuck in?
expeditiously.
Okay.
Expeditiously.
Dyllsie, can you not eat carrots?
I think I can eat meat. No, I cannot eat meat. Okay. Someone else can have this monster food.
Well, I
Okay, I'll
can't
take
eat
the
monster food.
Oh.
Oh, well, we can use monster food for crock pots.
True.
Make meatballs.
Meatballs?
I'll
Okay.
check.
Does anyone
Yeah,
want to
go
see
ahead,
my
go
family?
ahead.
Yeah, I do.
Look out, Zora.
Your family will attack
Zora.
us, but I'll
Oh,
go
yeah,
light a
that's
forest
true.
on fire so we can make crock pots.
That's true.
This is very out of order.
Can we live inside the swamp with my family? I want to see them every day.
Will we die if we do that? Surely it's
No,
chill.
I can convince them not to.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
very
that sounds
I'm very
good.
diplomatic. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
Anyway.
awesome.
I don't know where I'm
Wait, I
at.
lost
Yeah.
you.
Oh, how would you do that?
Well, I was cooking berries, and then...
Oh, I
Hi.
found a mandrake.
Oh my god, this
Why
is
not
just like
a-
big.
I think my computer's gonna fart.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Ooh, what's wrong with it?
Well, it says in big letters, OBS has crashed, and
Oh, no.
everything else isn't working. But it's just
Well, if you just never click on it, it will never crash. Isn't
I
that
told
nice?
you that.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
well,
if my keyboard doesn't
I
work?
think it'll be fine if you reset your computer. I think my keyboard doesn't
Yeah.
work.
But the Swamp family, they're waiting for
yeah,
me.
the swamp family. They are waiting for you.
You're being rude
They're-
as hell, Loki.
They're making
I-
lunch.
Whoops, pressing the restart computer button.
Onward.
Onward. Okay. See you soon.
Oh, pickaxe. Oh, I need more flint.
You need more
Mm.
merms living next to you. That's what I think.
have 4 flints. I don't know
Where
where you
am I?
are, though.
I don't know where I am either.
Zora has left the game.
I think he restarted his computer without closing anything.
Yeah. What a decision.
What a decision.
I don't think you could have closed anything.
Oh.
If I feel like I'm playing Skyrim and I have to wait for my follower to catch up to me.
Yo! Am I doing a good
So
job?
mad.
It's oh my god. Faust is
Cicero.
Cicero.
I don't want to be the little clown.
Good night, mother. Wishes you well.
I want to be
Need
That's
to
okay.
plant her
the
some flowers.
lioness.
Pretty flowers.
Meow the lioness. That's a deep cut.
Is that a deep cut? I feel like Cicero is not that mainstream.
Cicero is.
Cicero's the
yeah,
best
fair.
follower. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
I never
He can
seen
dance.
him
He can sing. He
before.
can even make ice cream.
There's
I can't
ice
believe-
cream in
Yeah,
Skyrim.
that's because you
Crock-pot.
walked through the
Crock-pot.
Dark Brotherhood quest line.
Shrimptastic. He found a crock pot.
You did. How do we pick it up?
Oh, you have to hammer
We
it.
need to hammer it. Yeah.
Oh, I don't. Do I look like I have a hammer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I do. Just keeping it on the DL. What if we just make
No.
our base around this crockpot,
I
so we
don't
don't have to
know.
move it?
Hello, Zora.
Hello.
Wow, Dora's back.
Hi. This
I'm-
is the swamp. This is the swamp.
Hi, this
Welcome
is
to
the
the swamp.
It's it's lovely.
I
yeah,
don't.
this is my home.
I don't have a single clue where the swamp is.
It's in
Oh,
the
there's like a
swampland.
freaky wasp. I'm gonna switch to Skyrim now. Nuh-uh.
You mean a
What?
mosquito?
Yeah, there's a mosquito here.
Oh, it looks like a freaky
What do you mean,
wasp.
freaky wasp?
It looks like a
Freaky
freaky
wasp.
wasp. Look at the stinger. That's freaky.
I barely know her.
Girl,
See?
don't say see. Do you have any food items?
I have 2 nuts, 3 carrots. Oh wait. No, I do have 2 birch nuts.
Can you
I,
can you put something in the craft pot maybe? Oh my god, thank you.
You're
Wait, isn't
welcome,
this
my
food
lord.
that you can eat?
I can't eat frog legs.
You can't eat frog
can
legs or
only-
carrot. What can you eat?
No, I can only eat fruits and vegetables. I can't eat meat
Oh, I thought I tried to feed you a
because I'm
carrot.
a good girl. Oh, I probably ate the carrot.
What?
You tell me carrot. Meatballs.
Where am I?
That's
Guys.
so real.
Who's on their left monitor right now?
You wouldn't believe that restarting my computer made it go back to the left monitor, but it did.
Oh.
Just play on your left
See,
monitor.
I'm gonna play on your
so-
left monitor.
Play on a
Wait,
laptop
that's
like
the one
me.
that I'm playing on. Oh wait, real.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up my
Where's-
MacBook
Where's my Zora
and
stream
start playing
at?
on that.
It's coming.
Oh, guys, look at
I
my
have 2
stream real
nuts.
quick.
Wait, I saw my start come.
What's dark?
Like
Oh.
the night cycle.
The night cycle is dark, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't make me sound stupid. Like it's gonna be night soon, and we don't have.
It's a dark night cycle. Am I right,
I'm
guys?
hey,
Oh my god,
hey,
the Dark
you know,
Knight?
you know, the
Oh my
Dark
God,
Knight.
Batman.
Batman
Guys,
is here.
Where's my wife?
Who ins-
Tails?
Where's my wife, Joker?
Where is she?
I put her in the cellar, Batman.
Does Batman have a wife? I haven't really
Yo.
seen Batman.
Oh, but you know the dark. Knight.
Yeah, Batwoman. You know.
Oh. I saw the one
And
with
it- and-
Edward from Twilight.
What?
I
Oh,
liked that one.
I see.
Is he in Batman?
He is one of the
He is a Batman.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Shrimp. Welcome to my family.
Hi.
Welcome to my family.
Welcome to our family.
They live in the swamp, if you didn't know.
Who wants to make a
Wow.
fire?
Me.
Yay,
Me.
okay, you do it. I don't have any wood.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay, I'll tell a story.
Oh my god,
Wow,
that's
story
creeping me.
time.
Guy, you don't have to be here for the story if you don't want to be.
We're almost so back.
We're almost so back. That's
Give
depressing.
me a
You're
shared
almost
chat
so back.
invite and then I'll be there.
You're not even streaming right now.
Yes, I am.
What are you doing, retail?
Why did you call them retail by
I
like their
don't know, that just
government
came out.
name?
I don't know. Hello, retail.
Oh.
That
Oh,
time when you
here.
did
I
seem
have a
kinda
gift for you.
off. Yeah? Oh, not me.
Oh, not you. Lost.
Never me. Okay.
Wait, what
That makes
fuss?
sense. No one want to give me anything.
I wish
That's what?
Frost was real.
I wish Fossil Girl. Me too.
Me too.
Where am I?
Where are you?
Insight gained.
Why did you say that zesty?
Oh,
Insight
inside
gained.
gained about Chico Wow Wow.
That's just how I talk.
You just always talk zesty? Okay, Zora, we
Yeah.
are... Yeah, I'll come get you. I
Gonna
moved
get you from
my...
school.
Don't even worry.
I moved
I
my
got
map
this.
a lot.
Is there any mods on here?
No.
Okay, we're raw dogging it today.
Ew.
Okay. That's one way to
Okay.
say it.
Yeah.
Why does nobody like this?
Why does nobody like this? Why are you the way that you are?
Yeah, I want to know too. Why are you like that?
Okay, wait, what? We have a lot of questions. Okay, where am I?
Wait,
And I got no answers.
hold on.
I want the swamp family.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Are you by the spawn?
I am at it.
Okay,
Oh, I
come
see.
here.
I see
I
your
mean-
freaky little head.
Get that freaky little head somewhere else.
Okay, it's
What are
freaky
you
little
wearing?
head is trying. You don't like my
Giraffe?
skirt?
Mm,
Hi, giraffe.
Hi.
what sound does a giraffe make?
I used to love giraffes.
Oh, we can look it up.
I think in Super Auto Pets it just goes giraffe.
Giraffe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's
Hold on,
probably
I'm
it.
looking it up.
Yeah, they probably just say their name like a Pokemon.
I see.
Why are you looking up giraffe sounds right now?
Oh,
Because you asked.
The topic?
Oh, that's a
Shrimp, you
horrible
need to
sound.
lock in.
That's a.
It's a horrible sound.
I thought we were locked in.
I thought we were too.
Okay, hold on.
I thought that was a
That's
giraffe
your
sound.
fault.
Oh, I thought that was a giraffe. I thought that was a giraffe sound.
I'm a giraffe.
Guys,
Like, that's-
Is this our house? It's just a crock pot.
Oh,
a dead
Dyllsie,
person.
Dyllsie found a crock pot and we didn't have a hammer.
Why is there a frog?
that-
Oh, you're-
his name is Jeremy.
hold on.
Giraffe
Giraffe
freaking died. Wait, we're asking a
Okay,
lot
guys,
of
pay
questions.
attention.
Okay,
Pay attention.
Okay.
listening.
Nice. Holy sh!
Was that you? It's hungry in
know.
here.
No.
Wow, that was awesome.
I never want to cross paths with a giraffe like that.
Every time I go to the bathroom, I'm scared there's gonna be a giraffe in there.
Oh my god. What? Guys.
Dyllsie, you're so silly.
What did I do?
You're just
I didn't
so
do
silly.
anything. That was Zora who was talking about the bathroom giraffe.
I know, but you talked about being a tall bird in the bathroom.
What? I was also scared of Enderman from Minecraft.
In the
Whenever I would
bathroom
see
or just
Enderman-
in general?
That too, but whenever I would see an Enderman, I would always like close the game because I'd get scared.
Oh.
They're scary.
I'm
And
joining
you're like,
you on this hunt, Zora. I'm sure
Okay.
this will be
I
great.
was.
Let's go get him.
Don't judge me.
Let's
"Oh, sorry,
kill.
I was
Let's
low-key
go
judging
murder
you."
something.
Does anyone want
Wait.
frog legs?
I guess so,
Okay.
yeah. Wait,
Take these frogs.
how do I make Wobby stop picking up random garbage?
Ouch!
Please do not kill me. I want that.
They're
Oh,
gonna kill you.
Foraging off. Okay,
I want
okay.
that tentacle sword.
Oh, hey,
Wait, no,
I'm-
no, shrimp. Don't worry. I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Don't worry. I'll get my friends. To
I don't
take
have a
care of
torch.
them.
This is not good.
I
It's
do.
not-
Don't worry.
It's
Oh,
not
okay.
nighttime yet.
They're called flashlights.
Well, we
I
have to
see.
They're
prepare.
called flashlights.
I don't have a flashlight.
Dyllsie, your
Yeah.
family's chasing me.
Oh, guys, this is not how we greet my friends. Come on. We talked about this. Oh wait, they just killed a mosquito.
Are the
that's
tentacles like
great.
cousins or?
No,
the
they're
situation?
like are sworn.
Oh, we found the
Oh,
desert.
okay, good.
I don't think it's.
We
the
actually
right
hate
one,
them.
though.
they're actually like prey, you know.
Wait, I
Oh.
thought the tentacles were like your family. Is that not real?
No, the merms are
The creature is near.
the
tentacles
creatures.
aren't related to the mercs?
No, we actually kill each other.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, we still got this. If I get
got
one
this.
hit on it, Abigail can chase.
Oh, I almost died.
Oh, this is the.
Guys, please do not die.
That would be embarrassing, would it not?
Okay.
Oh
we're
wow. Okay.
Okay, maybe I should.
I
As much
totally
as I
helped.
love,
You
as
did
much as I
great.
love my family, I should probably.
The
leave.
oasis. That's important.
I need
If we make it to summer.
sticks.
Yeah, like
I'm
we.
kind
I need
lot
sticks to
of
make a pickaxe to get stone so we can have a fire.
so we
But there's
can
no
get stone
sticks.
pick at.
Yeah, just like Minecraft.
Oh, I have
I
sticks, but I have no flint to make a pickaxe to get more flint.
I have 4 flint.
I have 6 flint.
I
I'll
got
meet
it.
you back at the crock pot.
Okay. The Croc Patrick.
True.
Meow.
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 Meow. Okay, giraffe.
Is that what a
Scared
giraffe
me.
sounds like? That's so awesome. Wait,
Zora, when are you made to beating as a giraffe?
Let's see.
sheesh. Oh, that's good.
But I'll be like a comically short giraffe.
Yeah.
Oh.
A comically short giraffe. You mean a horse?
Oh.
Not
Just a
just
short
becoming a
giraffe.
horse.
They are to me.
Okay, well, we should name the skeleton that lives at our house.
It's
Like,
not
I
him.
don't think we should not
Horse.
live here. It'll turn out quite bad.
I'm
why
gonna
would
get a
it
fire
do
going.
that?
What if
Oh,
we
God.
name it Giraffe 42?
Giraffe 42.
Mm.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
get out of my
wow.
way.
Big G.
Rest in peace, Zora.
Big
It's dark out
G.
here. Where's the torch?
Oh. It's
Oh,
over
where
in
are
in
you?
America.
Oh, there's a tall bird in the bathroom.
What? Oh my god, what? What? Oh my god, Rodden, why didn't you bring an army?
Why did you bring an army? This Loki sucks.
Oh, honey!
Everything's okay.
That's going in the crock pot.
Everything's okay.
Does anyone want
That's
frog
going in the
legs?
crock pot.
Everything's great.
Everything's
I'm
so
gonna
great.
give
Here.
shrimp some frog legs.
Wow.
Oh, you're not
Thank
strong
you.
enough, are you?
My inventory's full.
Well,
Oh, hey,
wow,
there's
you're
another
kinda weak.
suspicious dirt pile right behind the crock pot.
hey. Anyway, here's some frog legs. I can't eat them. I'm so proud of you.
Wow.
Who are you proud of? What is happening?
I was just saying what your guy was saying.
Oh, I need
Is that a crime?
backpack so
I
bad.
guess so.
I don't know where I am.
I think you're on the left monitor.
Am I still streaming?
Are
I
you?
think so.
Okay.
Oh, let's see what the giraffe has to say
Where
about
am I?
this.
Oh, fast.
Oh,
Fast, you're not, okay. That,
I caught
I love
licked.
you.
Oh my god!
What are we eating?
Frogs!
Where'd my spear go? Here, I'll help you.
Oh my god,
Hey.
thank you.
we did it. Die, dumb frog.
I want to go fishing.
Okay. I have
We
a fishing pole.
rods.
I
I'm
found
fishing.
one on the floor. Okay.
Come here.
Cannot take it anymore.
Man, the place where the rabbits live is so far away. Where am I supposed to put
Don't
these
worry.
traps?
We're locked in.
You can
Yeah.
trap frogs
Yeah.
in them.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay.
And spiders.
Wait, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I thought this was just for rabbits.
Bro looks at a small animal and goes, "Is that a rabbit?"
Is that a rabbit?
Man, why am I getting hate? I've literally never
I don't
done
know.
anything wrong.
This is
Never.
Never.
Never. Yikes.
Yikes.
Macaroni and cheese pizza.
Pizza.
Can someone order me pizza? I'm starving to death.
Shrimp.
No dashing.
Get lasagna.
Maybe
Get
the
along.
giraffe can make you lasagna.
Can a giraffe make me lasagna?
Shrimp,
Oh,
did you
can I
ever get
Can I
a
have-
tentacle thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
I'm
I
going
need
exploring.
twigs.
Where
Exploring?
is?
Wait, I wanna explore.
I have twigs.
Oh my god, twigs. Sheesh. Oh my god, thank you.
Twigs?
Thanks for like putting them in my pocket for me.
Twig sounds like a retail shrimp character.
It's kind of real.
I mean, yeah.
Hey guys, look.
What does shrimp ball
it's
have to say
twigs.
about this?
Never mind. I changed my mind. I like shrimp butt.
Shrimp bot is amazing, yeah.
Shrimp ball is my son.
Oh.
And I
Wait.
don't love him.
Oh,
Oh, okay. You're doing good.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm. You're a good cook. Sheesh.
Shucks.
Well, here retailing their shrimp.
I would
I
never
hope
do
I
that.
You're
am.
not loving their son.
Me.
Oh,
My goodness.
I found the progress statue. Okay, you
son.
know what this means.
You're a
Okay,
stupid
I
little
heard this
fuck. Oh,
means-
pigs,
this
pigs,
means
pigs,
pan
pigs.
flute.
I don't like pigs. They're scary and they try to beat me up.
Like in real life or like in the game?
Yeah, in real life.
Like you go to the bathroom and you're like,
Yeah.
Like a
Oh my
Enderman holding a
God.
pig and this like tall
Oh
person
my
next stall over.
God. I like the idea that I have bathroom stalls in my house.
There's a crock pot in there too.
The crock pot. There's a. You're all in there.
The whole
outta
swamp
here.
family is in there.
Why would I want to be in your bathroom?
get me out of here.
Who
I
out
hate it
here
here.
retailing their shrimp? Stop saying that. God damn it.
Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
to
They're
Guys,
you.
stimming. They're stimming. Leave them alone.
Their
Guys,
stimming
someone
sounds
help me
like
autistic.
arguing with themselves.
Do you know who else is stimming?
Oh my god.
My
please
mom.
Don't. Okay, thank you so much. Ew. Like
Hi, bro.
it.
Who out here?
Who out here? Hello?
Who out here?
Where is
God,
everyone?
I wish I was.
Where is everyone? Like, I came back from a long day of work and no
by
one's here.
spawn. Oh. This is
I'm
why you
by
don't
the
love your
crock
son,
I'm by the crock pot.
Who out here by the
Hello.
crock pot?
huh? Not me. I'm by spawn a little bit.
Do you know who else is by spawn a little bit?
I
My
think I gotta
mom.
go. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Who out here?
Who out here
out
my
here-
momming? Who out there
out here
muscling my man?
Ew.
Oh, it's raining.
Please do
Does that
not.
entail?
Muscle
I
the man.
don't know. I don't know anything.
Come here, fish.
Okay, that's nice. Oh, you're hungry.
Should I live here?
Fat little
yeah.
bird.
You have to live by Dyllsie's
Bird.
family.
Oh, you're right.
Redbird.
Redbird?
She has so much. Oh,
She
Oh, to
has
be
what?
so carefree. Ribbit.
Orbit.
True.
Point.
Do you have any light?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else can shrimp bots say? I don't remember.
Didn't
Oh, okay.
you like?
Yeah, it's like
Hold it.
100 things you can say, so I don't remember.
There's 100.
That's kind of embarrassing.
Over 100.
Oh.
You should give Shrimpbot like a TS sounding voice.
I was thinking about it, but I thought it might be a bit annoying.
We have to krill them.
You
Oh,
should just
hey, stop
make a.
laughing.
You should make a voice bank of Zora, and then make
And so,
that
is
shrimp
that
bot.
when?
Who out here?
A voice bank of Zora.
Yeah, Zora, can you become an anime girl?
Yes.
Yeah. let's
Give me
do
that
it.
pink
Yay!
wig.
Yay!
Ta-da.
Moe moe cute.
Oh,
Wow.
nice. Good job.
Don't
Aw.
say good job to that.
Can we not call spades spades? That was a
Oh
good
my
job.
god!
That was not a good job.
Do you know who
You
else
made
did a
me-
good job?
Not Shrimp's son.
My mom.
Ugh.
You know, I don't think
My
I've seen a single gold
grandfather.
rock this whole time.
Don't worry, I have 3
There's gold over
gold.
here.
Okay,
And I
okay,
have
are
two
you
for me.
making the science machine?
Oh, that's a lot. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Examine Abigail.
Thank you. What are you
You nice?
examining?
Abigail.
Well, what are you perceiving? Is she
Oh,
okay?
Let's
Oh,
play,
she's bad.
Abigail.
I feel. Even though I didn't need to. Just felt like it.
Why are we wasting resources? I'm sorry, Shrimp. Do you not care about the future of this game? Do you want us to die because you're wasting
I
resources?
give up. I'm getting rid of this evil beehive.
Beehive.
Oh wait, I have
Don't-
to touch the spike.
Buzz.
Oh my god, we have so much honey now. We're rich.
Let's go.
Yeah. What do you do
W.
with it?
You make food.
Yeah.
I'm
Honey
so good at this.
lasagna.
I think it's a
Honey lasagna.
Yay!
You can make chicken nuggets with it. You can make
with
ham
honey.
with it.
I
Yeah.
did make honey nuggets earlier.
Yeah. I found a golden rock.
Wow.
I
good
know retail shrimp loves them. Don't say good job, okay? You're just being rude now.
Can we not call
job.
spades
Oh my
spades?
god, I'm literally calling spades spades right now. Got a lot of haters over here.
Got a lot of giraffes over here. 42 of them.
Yeah.
Honey nuggets.
The
are
giraffes
great,
are
okay.
from Eaterville.
Why are there
The giraffes are
42
from my
giraffes?
mom.
Oh my god. Thank you.
42 Giraffes is my band.
Oh.
42
But why
bands.
42?
I don't know. I don't know. Why 21 pilots?
I'm sure there's like a reason. Maybe.
No, I don't think there's a reason for anything.
Okay.
Oh
I
god.
didn't know we were
yay.
getting philosophical.
Hey, guess what I'm making? Guess what I'm making?
Gold.
Another son that you don't love?
Not yet.
What?
Oh.
Yeah,
Maybe later.
Maybe later.
he's in queue.
Where is the other half of this party?
Oh, we're
Mining for
Mining.
gold. It's kind of like hungry over here, though. The mines are hungry.
Oh, here, let me. help.
Um,
Do you have any
well,
logs?
it's a
Give me fire.
cornucopia over here.
Oh man, I like corn. I
Right
don't
there,
have
don't worry.
Oh wait, I do have logs. I lied.
Do you know who else likes corn?
my mom.
I'm
My
so
hog
happy for her.
Up high.
Oh my god, stop picking stuff up.
Well,
I think
who-
you're doing a
who-
great job, little dog.
The little dog is picking up like literal garbage from the floor. Thank you.
He's helping.
He's not.
He's a
really
dog. I
helping.
mean, she's a dog.
Mm,
Have you ever been around a dog?
No.
They're evil. No, they're not.
They're
What sound does a
evil.
dog make?
My mother's dog is.
Are dogs like small giraffe?
I think so.
This might be
Hello,
real.
my loves. Hi, Mix Salsa.
Hey, how's it
Oh my.
going?
Hello, Mixasa.
Hello, Mix Salsa.
Mixasa would always let my tall bird.
Yo,
eggs
what is
fly.
It's
this?
Tara
Hey.
and Dyllsie.
Maybe.
What is this favoritism?
Maybe
Wait,
Meg
what?
also
What
hates
is
your
this?
son.
Mix,
Oh,
do you hate
wait.
your butt?
this is so awesome. I love
What?
favoritism.
Oh my god.
What
I,
is the
I
favoritism?
only like favoritism whenever it favors me.
That's kind of real.
Yeah.
Favoritism always favors me. Suck an
Well,
egg.
Well, why are we not calling spades spades?
Can't be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a spade. Is a spade a trowel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swag.
I can't believe you guys are playing without me. Well, how dare you be employed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
You can play
employment
without
diff.
Yeah, how dare you be employed?
It's messed
I'm-
up.
I mean, we could invite you if we're still playing when when you get home, I guess.
Yeah.
Yippee yippee!
I wish I get fired.
Man, I wish that too.
I wish you'd get fired too.
You're
Yeah.
fired.
How about we all just like spam Nick's employment and like send like defamatory
I-
statements.
Send them giraffe MP3.
Send them to-
Oh,
Oh wow.
go my
Shit, I
giraffe.
like it.
Go, my
Feel
giraffe.
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 throws a giraffe at you.
Do you want to go back or do you want to keep going down?
I think I have 14 gold. That's really good.
I've got 17.
Where are my friends?
Don't have to mock on me. Your
Where am I
friends
going?
are lost.
Chicken.
Oh, I was referencing a video that's like, go my scarab. And
Okay,
it's a
let's go.
video
Go,
of
my
someone throwing a beetle and it flies away.
Go, my stick figures.
Oh man. I
Go
can
my
scale
scarab.
up.
Well,
Beetleville.
yeah, guys, can we get a bunch
It's
of
not this
beetles?
way.
Technically, there's a bunch of beetles in my
over
house
here.
right now. There are a bunch of Asian lady beetles. I'm not having fun. They're...
Oh.
Aren't
I
Guys,
love
don't you hate it
beetles.
when your house is full of invasive
Wait.
bugs?
yeah, they're invasive, but have you considered that they're very, very pretty and
Yeah.
Do you like
shiny?
the
Oh,
jumping
it's not-
creatures?
They make
What?
it pretty. It's not fun waking up and there's just a bug on your hand.
Well, maybe if you had more
It's
whimsy in
not.
your heart, you would think that's
Maybe-
fun.
Maybe if you change your mindset.
Yeah, where's that positive mental attitude, huh?
Yeah. Here's that can-do attitude.
Maybe if you loved your son.
Yeah, that's real.
Where are we?
It's up here, don't worry.
Okay.
Alright, I'll hold down the fort.
Please hold down the fort. Is the fort still
With
just
my-
a crockpot and a skeleton?
Yeah.
Oh,
Giraffe
wow.
42 is still here.
Oh,
Giraffe
good.
and-
I feel like that's so threatening to name the skeleton after one of the chatters.
Subscribe or you
Yeah.
look like this skeleton.
Yeah, you have to subscribe to all of us, by
Yeah,
the way.
like,
Even
l-
Dyllsie, who does not stream.
That's
Yeah,
real,
subscribe to Dyllsie.
Real,
Don't worry,
real,
I-
This is a
real.
don't
Twitch
worry.
Prime moment.
Someday I will.
Yeah,
Oh.
guys, please sub to us.
Surely you have 3 Prime accounts.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been phone. Shirley!
Oh my god, Nosy!
Hi, it's me,
Oh my
Dyllsie.
god, Dyllsie.
Oh my god, Nosy!
Yeah.
That was scary. Wow, there's
Here, let's
just
make a-
garbage all over the floor. What is this?
Who
I
wants
don't
me?
remember where I set a forest on fire for crock
Who
pots.
wants
hungry.
me?
Because clearly I need more crock
I'm
pots.
a little hungry, but not that bad.
Here.
Oh my god,
You're welcome.
You're gonna make that science machine.
Yeah, can we make a science machine so I could get a backpack finally?
Yeah, me
We have
too.
enough logs for it. I can make it.
I want to
Um,
get dressed up and then
Can you
look pretty.
guys open Wilby or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, okay.
Here we go.
I will be. Why are you making your dog store shit?
Oh my god.
Science.
She has a backpack. She.
Animal abuse.
What is that abuse? She's just
Animal
got a little
abuse.
girl.
Womp womp.
I'll.
Call in
Say
the
you abuse.
authorities. Oh? Promise?
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
I was taking a drink, thanks.
Ta-da.
Shout out to Birch Nuts.
Shout out to Birch Nut.
Why are you shouting out birch nuts?
Wait, is
Why
Zora
aren't you-
actually streaming? I haven't seen him live in ages. He was streaming before this, and we just
Hi.
had to co-opt him into Don't Starve with us.
I'm here.
Real.
Buckled shoes! 1, 2, buckle my shoes.
Buckle my shoe.
I don't
3,
remember.
4. Buckle some more.
5,
5, 6.
oh,
Aw.
Go to
5,
River Styx.
6. Oh.
pick up
You don't like
sticks,
it, huh?
I think.
It's fine, I guess.
5, 6.
6, 7.
Okay, so we're kicking Faust out.
Sigh.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Foss.
Boy, yo, 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 yo.
Bye.
Your channel is mine now.
Oh. What are you gonna do with it?
On things.
Like what? Shrimp.
What is this crock pot?
Fantastic. What are we
in
doing?
there?
Hey, what's wrong with my sound
Oh,
effect?
thank you.
It's birch nuts. It made wet goop.
Yeah, that's not ideal, huh?
Well, I ate it and it was fine. I guess if you put birch nuts in the crock pot, it just turns into
You use
goop.
birch nuts as a filler. Like, you need 3 good things in one birch
Yeah.
nut.
Oh my god, filler by BTS. Well, what if I want
Oh, guys,
all birch nuts? Oops, all crunch berries.
Nut clusters.
Oops on nuts.
Yeah.
I love nuts. Yummy, yummy.
Meow.
What's your favorite type of nut?
I like walnuts.
That's such a bad choice.
I like
Who likes walnuts?
Me?
Oh my god, sorry.
I like the Plants vs Zombie ones.
True, those things are the MVP. Like those guys are amazing.
Those didn't scare
They'll
you?
take a hit for you.
There's gonna be a walnut in the
Okay,
urinal.
I actually
Ew.
did I actually do have Plants vs Zombies trauma.
What's your Plants
Okay.
vs.
When-
Zombies trauma?
So when I was a kid, before I got on the bus, I was playing Plants vs Zombies for the first time, and then you know so whenever you die in the game, the zombies get to your house, and the guy screams no.
Okay.
That made me cry. From now on, I still have to play the game muted.
Oh my goodness! But the music is so good.
It is, but you know what?
It's also copyrighted.
What if
Do
you
do do do
just
do 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 do
didn't die?
do.
Have you considered that?
Gee, thanks, buddy. Thanks, Captain.
Oh my god, I'm a captain.
You are.
This is so awesome.
I need a filler.
You can have a red mushroom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm out of
That might
nuts.
work.
Here,
Oh,
take this
sorry,
red
I'm out of
mushroom.
nuts.
I
And-
balls check.
Oops, all nuts.
Where's the farm, guys?
I don't know. I planted berries over here. Pretty cool, huh? Oh,
Meow
Shim, I want you to know that like your voice is, I would say, like maybe a 5 on the volume scale, but then your stupid little Pikmin are like an 11.
Yeah. They're so scary.
Why are they so?
my
Oh,
God.
boy. Oh my god. Put that away.
Put that away.
Put that away.
Oh,
Oh my. What the hell?
Have you considered Pikmin?
I'm gonna
I have
pick your man.
Ew.
Muscle my man.
So my man.
I've never played Pikmin.
Well, you're Pikmining.
I don't even know what
Not
Pikmin
me.
is.
You don't know? Oh, I
Um,
pre-ordered Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. I couldn't stop myself. I was like, oh my god, Tomodachi Life.
Is Pikmin from Tomodachi Life?
It's from Nintendo.
Oh.
It's from Pikmin.
Is Nintendo from Pikmin?
Yeah. I think
That's so
I think
cool.
you're onto something. This is just
you.
like Dolly
Pikmin is
Parton
from
being
Pikmin.
a K-pop.
Oh my god.
I don't-
I didn't think. I thought Gwen Stefani was K-pop.
Yeah, you did
That's
think
kind of
that.
real.
No, it's
I-
it's not.
Dolly Parton is the only person that I know. Who's
Just
a
like ever.
celebrity?
Oh, okay.
We go way back.
We go way back. Yeah.
Way back to the bathroom.
Ew. That's so suspicious.
Oh.
Yeah. One.
How I
Are you
wrong
being
for a
sus?
feast.
Who's being sus?
The imposter among us.
Oh
I
my
have a
god,
pain for you.
whose goopy little meat is that?
What?
What are you talking about? You weirdo.
Are you talking about the fucking honey ham?
Yeah, why are they
Since
so
the crab is any backseating
goopy?
around, I prefer not. I prefer not.
Backseat if you want to explode.
Backseat if you want
Oh
to
my
get punched
See
God.
the
in
skeleton? This would look like you if you backseat.
Real. This is kind of like Hollow Knight in a way.
What do you mean? This is like Hollow Knight.
Like if
Boss
you
just be
think about
saying
it.
shit.
Shaw!
Like if you
Shaw!
think about it.
Adino!
Wait, that was cute.
Shaw.
Egale.
Shout out to Dyllsie's son.
I went to the dentist and some kid was there with a homemade hornet plush. It was really cute.
Oh.
So nice.
Wait. Oh my god. A hornet plush, homemade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell the kid to give it to me?
I'm not not gonna find this random child, this
But I
random
like
like
Hornet.
Maybe he's
10-year-old
still at the dentist.
girl. To...
Maybe
She's
the
my
dentist
girl.
is gonna
She's
put them
still being
under
the dentist.
anesthesia. We can just take it.
Maybe they go to the
Oh.
dentist like every day.
Oh, that was. That guy just,
What?
that nut just committed suicide.
What are you talking about?
The,
It was
the
a
nut,
patient in
The
a
nut?
thing.
the nut went up to Abigail and like.
The nut
wanted
went
to
up to
fight.
Abigail.
And
Oh, you'll
it
see
What
wanted
are
to
you
fight.
talking about?
It wanted to
Uh-huh.
fight and it did not win it at all.
Okay,
A
so
like a
with a
birch nut?
sentient nut.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Genuinely.
It was on legs.
Nut legs.
Oh. Okay.
Or is it leg nuts?
Leg nuts. Leg
Dip?
drinks.
Yeah, dip a leg in
Oh.
a
I
nut.
see.
Into pink juice and it becomes a leg drink.
Ew, pink juice. Hi, Clown. Thank you for the hydrate. Hold on, I'm gonna turn my fan on. It's so hot in here.
It's
Thank you.
snowing today,
Sometimes it even snows in April.
Damn.
and I don't like it.
Does anybody
Bad
want
thought.
6 monster meat? That's almost spoiled. Here, it says someone can take it.
Okay.
Have fun. Don't eat it all in one bite.
Don't spend
Eat
it all, in
all
one
of
place.
it in one bite.
Gobble gobble.
Tricky
Well, that's
shit.
great.
Here, I got you something.
Tinkle.
Ooh.
You like the way it
Wait,
looks?
Why is it so cutesy?
It's a heart axe.
Yo!
Whoa.
See that
so
heart?
nice.
No shit.
Oh, who wants the monster lasagna?
Not me.
Look at my
Monster lasagna.
pickaxe.
I'm looking. Oh my god.
You're a terrible cook.
This is not a giraffe
Yeah,
cook
that's-
moment.
You see why I'm not trying to make lasagna right now?
Yeah.
Do you think my mom will buy me lasagna if I beg? Are you guys
Yeah.
doing a no backpack challenge? I just haven't made backpacks yet. And mine's
backpack.
invisible.
Listen, I'm looking to make a garden digamajig.
Oh, a thingamajig.
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay, here, I'll come help.
What was
Need
that?
What do you not have?
I
Oh, I
don't
should
have
go mining.
anything. I
Oh.
need grass
ropes?
to
Well-
make ropes.
Well, we've identified the problem.
How many rope?
Grow, 2 rope.
Okay,
I'm
I
just
have that.
guessing. I didn't really check.
What?
Okay.
What?
Well, it like feels like a 2 rope moment.
Okay, I've got
Okay,
2
it's
rope,
2
and you need
ropes.
2 planks. Here, I got everything. I think.
Okay.
Yep,
Then you make
I need
it.
1 plank. Do you have that?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm planking.
Time to plank.
Time to play. My inventory's so
Um,
empty. No, look, it's because I
Here,
put it in my dog.
Hey, I have a present for you, Faust.
Oh my god.
Yeah, here you go. I'm behind you, chasing you.
Run.
What? What are you?
go.
What?
I
Scared
There you go.
me. Girl,
gave you a tentacle thing.
What?
You can use it to kill things.
Oh my god, thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you do PvP?
Oh my god!
What?
Get away from me!
Oh, okay.
Get away!
Is it chill if I make a garden right here?
Go for it. Go for it, Commander.
Make it wherever you like.
Okay.
Wherever you want, sweetie.
Okay.
Meow.
I got a Pikmin mention.
Pikmin.
Why is there just meat
Shocking.
and a flute on the floor?
Meat flute.
Ew.
Okay, sorry.
Bless you.
That is so ugly.
Oh, monster lasagna. What in this?
What
I just
in
put-
this?
What in
I'm-
this?
I prepared y'all some meatballs if you want some meatballs.
I prepared y'all some meatballs.
I prepared y'all some meatballs over in the great state of California.
You are so whimsical.
Give
Thank you.
Anya to Wobbly. Okay.
Why would I give it to him? Her.
I think Wobbly turns into a rideable creature.
I
Oh,
think so too.
Yeah.
do you know who else turns into?
You don't say that. That's so
I thought
weird.
about it.
Say that!
That's
It
so
didn't occur
weird.
to me until later. It didn't occur to me.
What if we finish
what I
the
was doing.
thought anyway?
No, we don't have to finish the thought.
What if we just?
What if we pretended like that didn't happen?
Oh yeah. What if we?
I mean,
ignore
why would we not
whatever
call a
Dyllsie
spade a
says?
spade?
Okay.
Why are we not? Oh, girl,
Why are we not
I
calling a
can't-
spade
Why
a
do we
spade?
not call a rideable creature a rideable creature?
True.
I can't even feed Wilby this lasagna. Someone
Friendship
else is gonna
lasagna.
have to eat this friendship lasagna. Why do we have a mandrake on the floor? Is that regular?
Oh yeah. Don't worry about
we're going
him.
to we're going to find a woman Drake, and they're going to get married.
That's so
The mandrake is dead.
heterosexual of you. Where's my Yuri at?
Heterosexual.
You
Where's
caught me
my
at a very
Yuri at?
heterosexual time.
I
Ew.
I'm not
mean,
gonna
maybe-
draw more Yuri right now.
Why not?
Okay,
Hey,
the dog
um,
is
I
coming.
wanna.
I'm going
Who's
over
got
to my
that
family.
dog
They're going
in
to protect
them?
me.
I will
Okay.
protect.
The doggies are coming.
I'm gonna garden.
I'm
I'll
going.
stay
Yeah,
here.
I'm gonna say hi to my family.
Oh, I need
I'm
that
gonna
hoe.
go
They'll-
back to our base.
They'll beat the
Whoops,
shit
I
out of
missed
my
the-
enemies.
I missed
The
2-hour trackers. I
floor
can't believe you
is
did
the
this, Carrot.
best storage tool. I simply do not agree. But thank you for your comments.
Oh. Dog time!
Woof.
Oh my god, wait.
What?
Just died so
Oh,
fast.
really?
There's a wolf. There's a wolf.
I only got one dog.
Nobody can eat monster meat, right?
No.
Okay, I'm feeding it to my dog. But thank you for the hydrate and such carrots.
Oh my god, there are carrots in our inventories.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, we've been eating carrot.
Damn. Okay, the wolf chasing me got distracted by
Oh my god, I caught a frog.
by a freaky
What
wasp.
meatballs are these?
Freaky wasp, they're yours.
Okay.
Not the freaky wasp.
Who up freaking it wasp style? Okay, I need a hoe.
I'm right here.
Okay. Do you have? Can, can I? You see the plant seeds?
There's a
What's the name of
hostile.
this giant beehive. I'm
There's a
sure
hostile
nothing bad will
creature.
happen.
There's a hostile creature.
Surely he goes away.
Is there? Where? Here.
Go, Abigail.
Go, Abigail.
Go. Oh, I think.
Oh,
Ow.
Who did I hit?
Abigail smacked my butt.
Oh, I think I hit you on accident.
Who
Oops.
turned PvP on?
Yow!
Whose
You
idea was
suggested
that?
it!
Whose idea was that?
There's PvP on? Wait, let me try.
Oh,
Oh.
why are we attacking Abigail? She's just a
fun.
girl. She's
Yeah.
just a girl.
Sigh.
I need. Does anyone have any non-meat food?
I got what?
No.
Goo?
I've
got
That is-
seeds.
I'll eat your
Here
you
carrot.
go.
Give me your
I'll have
carrots.
carrots.
Nothing in will be.
Thank you, my lord.
And then, guess what? 3 whole berries.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you.
Cute.
I would love to eat these berries. Berries, berries for breakfast.
Oh, that sounds nice. What's your favorite berry?
I like raspberries.
Ooh, I
You
also
want
like
more
raspberries.
monster meat? Okay.
We have so much in common. Oh my god.
Come here, Frost. Let me feed your dog.
Okay, come feed my dog.
Because someone has to.
Yo! She didn't do
Ew,
anything. She ate
Ew.
that for fun. Oh, you made her
Oh.
ugly.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
Be nice to her. You can
sorry.
buy her.
Sorry, how
Looks
do
like
I?
my mom.
What do
My
I?
dog's ugly. Look at her.
What do I do
Got
with
meat
this?
swing on the back.
You go fast.
Meat swinging. Okay, hold on.
Does
That's Mick Jagger.
anyone
That's
have
his
2
name.
gold so I can prototype a alchemy machine?
There should be plenty of gold in the chest at home.
Yeah, there's
I
like
think
30, I think. We went on a
I'm
Oh, there
low-key
is. Okay.
worth 2 gold. If that
Okay.
helps.
You're priceless, Dyllsie.
Aw, thank you. That's so sweet. Shrimp has never said that to me before.
Oh. Well, Shrimp hates their son, so
Yeah.
it's to be expected.
Yeah. I mean,
Just like my
yeah.
father.
Oh.
Oh. Are you okay, honey?
I'm fine. Do not worry about it.
I'm kind of worried about it.
What worrying
You
about
know,
it?
Womp womp.
There was multiple occasions during the stream where I
Oh
really
my-
wanted to make a no dad joke.
What's
I
a
was-
dad?
Guys, what's a dad?
Exclamation point dad in chat.
I was-
Nothing will happen.
Crazy.
What are we?
Um,
What in the heck?
is Whoopi just like this forever? I thought it would be like a
Maybe
a
only lasts for a
Nar
certain amount.
situation.
Maybe you should have given him the Everstone.
Well, I don't have an Everstone.
Find a rug and roller. They usually carry some. So
How
much
you
you
got
peaked
it?
your mic.
Oh, sorry.
But it's okay.
Oh, you
The
gave him
enthusiasm's
stuff for
great.
gold.
Bro.
So you get the sprinting skill.
Grr.
I guess being fast is good.
Why is Bert trying to pick fights with this Viking girl?
I made fish sticks.
Sheesh! I haven't had a fish stick in so long.
Probably
I'm
for
busy
best.
doing the
Like
fish stick.
years.
It's a very delicate state of mind.
What?
Guys, can someone get Foss some fish sticks?
Wait, that's kind of
Oh,
weird.
what is that thing?
What
What
if I
is
don't
that
like
thing?
them?
That's
Um,
that's a
Can it-
dog.
Can it die?
dog.
Woof.
Can we kill it?
My dog?
Kill the dog! What the fuck? Oh,
Wait.
I'm gonna cut down trees. I forgot.
That's-
Me want
So-
turn to ride.
Ponta won't turn to ride.
Can I have this goop?
No.
Oh man, I'm taking it
Gonta
anyways.
want shoe.
Gonta want fish stick.
Gonta want exclamation point dad.
Oh.
Gonta want giraffe.
Dad applications open.
Whoa,
Dad
what?
applications open.
Doing a stream where you review your dad's applications.
Wait, that's
Yeah.
fun.
That's kind of funny. New stream idea. Dad application.
Sheesh. Are these sorted in any particular way?
Trying to make the first one materials-ish.
There's a fishing rod and like
Okay,
manure
well-
in here.
I said trying.
And what's the second one?
I don't know.
Is it everything
Like drops.
a material?
I guess, but
Anyway, can you eat these meatballs?
yeah, here, eat my fish stick.
Can you not have fish sticks? Oh, thank you. Bear only eats veggies, and Wigford only eats meat. That's why they don't like each
Oh
other?
yeah. Wait.
That's
do you
why
not
they don't
me?
like each other?
Do you not like me?
Erm.
Do you not?
Don't
Oh,
say
small- okay.
erm.
Wait, small beastie of the marshlands. That's cute. See?
you're the one that doesn't like me.
Oh yeah.
Wow,
Hello,
this
Sid.
freaky dog.
Why do I have two shovels? You don't like my freaky
Wait.
dog?
Wait, does Hurt still have PTSD from when Shrimp attacked me at the very beginning?
Surely everybody
stop
is
it, Florp.
friends.
Lord.
Florp.
Florp.
How do I examine? Oh, I
Oh.
can whisper. I didn't know that.
Oh my.
Who's whispering in this game?
Hello.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna try to kill Dyllsie later.
Flint.
Wait, how do you whisper? Is it W slash? Wait, how?
No, it's you.
Huh?
Just press U.
Wait, who am I whispering to?
It whispers to anyone nearby, I think.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Who am I whispering to?
anyone nearby. So,
Wait,
hate
so
these
can we
guys.
all read these whispers? What is the point
yes.
then?
I hate these
Um,
guys. What the hell?
Vibes.
Yo.
Vibes.
Okay, I like vibes based gameplay.
I'm vibe maxing. I'm
Vibe
whisper
maxing?
maxing.
What's the opposite
Breath
of
maxing.
maxing? Ew.
Mm,
No,
minimizing.
don't turn word into fish sticks.
I'm breath.
Minimizes
Hey,
your
what?
vibes.
Guys,
Aw.
why are we trying to turn me into fish sticks? I'm just a girl.
You're the
She's just
fish
a girl.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
fish girl.
Rebel. Where's it going? Oh my god, it's dark. Ew.
Don't worry. Small beastie. The beast is among.
The beast is upon me!
It's true. Oh man, I only have one carrot. This base is a mess. Who keeps putting garbage on the
Yo.
floor?
We're getting there.
We have
You
an
don't want
alchemy engine
barnacle
now.
recipe?
Grab a what?
Barnacle recipe. Here.
Wait. A banana pop. Girl, I don't want this.
Barnacle.
I guess Ruby can carry
Kind of-
it.
Kind of banana popping off, if you ask me.
Oh my goodness. I don't think anybody really asked you.
Well, oh my goodness.
Oh,
What-
I'm
why
just
are
saying.
you? Oh my god.
I'm just keeping it real. I'm just keeping it real.
Call-
Ew!
You're not calling a spade, bro.
Man, I don't have a spade.
Do you have a club? Do you have a heart? Do you have a diamond?
I
Do you have a
think I
trowel?
have a heart. No.
Amontillado.
Well, I have like a little tiny shovel thing that I use to plant hydrangeas. But I don't know if that's a spade or a trowel or a secret third option.
Oh, there's a
It's a spoon.
there's a why is there a zigzagoon fighting a raccoon?
There's what? What are you
There's like a little
talking about?
zigzag. There's like a little zigzagoon getting into a fight with a raccoon.
Oh god, there's a tree guard. Guys.
We're
I've
not
never
replanting.
seen a tree guard before.
Oh, we're
Well, I
fucked.
committed
Now
too
come
much
kill it.
deforestation, I guess.
You gotta
Wait,
plant the pie cones back or else they'll come
I
after
am.
you.
Wait, I'm
coming.
on the way. I'm riding my dog.
You have
I didn't
pissed
know.
Lorax off.
Oh wait, it's
Say hi
kind
to
of
the tree
funny
guard.
looking.
Let it die. Let it die.
Let
No.
it die. Let it die.
No.
Let it shrivel up and die.
Guys, that's
Come on,
so
who's with
mean.
me?
Wait, it's
Okay,
so
where's the tree
slow.
guard?
This is not even an issue.
Here, let me solo it. I got this.
Oh god, it does so much damage.
Do you know what else does so much damage?
Stop
My
making this joke.
Mom.
Why is it so slow and sad?
Do 2 hits and then run.
Because it's a tree.
He makes up in what he lacks in
Why is
speed.
Bobby
he makes
crying?
Mix up with what?
Oh, why? He makes up for a strong work ethic.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Oh,
Oh my god, his corpse! Yippee!
that's so many living
Eat up.
logs.
I'm gonna go exploring again.
I
Oh my
found
God,
some
I
meat.
found-
Does anyone want some meat?
I would like meat.
I'm okay.
I'm hungry.
I'm not hungry.
Well,
Alright,
I
my
guess
garden's
I'm-
good.
Not worth anything, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Oh, magic. Talk to your little plant.
Oh my god.
They're
We
fine.
did
Don't-
say no back seating, didn't we?
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
are
We have
we-
to cook Quinn at the stake now. Burn.
Okay.
Burn. Oh
Are
my
we
God.
backseating, chat? Honey. Honey.
Oh, hold on, I'm almost ready to go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you. Oh my god, I just got Bonked.
I'm looking
Why is
allergic.
PvP on?
Why is PvP on? Good
Yeah, that's a
question.
good. Is this like a civil war at this point?
Small beasties.
It's a small beastie. Like what? Why are you saying that?
It's a beastie that lacks size.
Okay, but
You know what else lacks size?
Nice.
guys,
Mama.
stop!
Intriguing.
God.
That was very funny.
It was not.
That was a
very
funny joke.
No, it wasn't.
Slapping my knee.
Why did you
That was
actually do
aggressive.
it?
That was not me.
Oh, okay.
I would never do that.
Ew.
Oh my god.
That's something.
Are you okay?
painful.
Are you okay? Honey, are you okay?
Oh my god. I'm gonna do that to you guys.
Egale.
Alright. Where are we
Caramba.
going?
Caramba.
I want to cook first.
Jesse, we need to cook.
Okay.
Jesse, we need to cook.
No.
There's, have some kebabs, someone.
Oh my god. I'm not really that hungry.
Kebab.
Kebab.
Eat some kebabs, SpongeBob.
Dyllsie, why? What is
Okay, let's
going
go.
on?
I went to college. I went to college.
What are you quoting right now?
Curse you, Mr. Krabs.
This is so Dyllsie. This is
What's so Dyllsie?
you.
Dyllsie is so
Thank
Dyllsie.
you.
I
Thank you. I
wish Dyllsie was
tried.
real.
Oh,
I tried.
man.
Yeah. I wish you were real, SpongeBob.
Girl, what are you even saying right now?
I don't know. My mind is an enigma.
Wow, that's so wonderful.
Thinking about the tall bird vote today.
Oh, you're calling
Hey.
the bird.
You're gonna traumatize me.
Oh man, I
don't
thought you
wanna-
already were.
Oh shit!
What?
Oh, now I'm traumatized because
Kill him, kill him. I want
Okay, don't worry.
eggs.
One at a time.
Okay.
What? Are we all kill? You guys killing whole birds without me?
Yeah.
This is so sad. Okay,
and we
well,
raised a child.
I think Shrimp should raise it.
Yeah,
with
Oh,
that
Shrimp
love.
would be
okay.
a great parent.
let's go kill tall birds for no reason.
The
This
reason
totally gonna
is
help my
eggs.
winter.
Suck an egg.
This
Suck
is.
an egg.
Oh my god, it's like an egg.
Oh my god, these fucking beehives. I hate
finished.
them.
She. Are you mocking me right now?
No, I wouldn't
Yes.
do that. I enjoy you. I would never do that.
I don't know. I'm feeling not very enjoyed right now.
I enjoy you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna cook you later.
What?
No one's
What?
pointed out that I put a wig on Zora
What?
on my side.
Nice wig.
No one's pointed
Nice
it
block.
out.
That's
I need to see
crazy.
this ASAP. Am I an anime girl now?
I hope
Oh,
so.
not yet.
Nicki
I'll get
Minaj,
you
I
one of
can't
these
tell.
days.
I think Nicki Minaj could be an anime girl.
She probably has
Okay.
been drawn as an anime girl before.
Also,
hope so.
Shrimp, why are you not tagging Zora?
Oh, because I didn't feel like it. Oh, I didn't
That's
feel like
so
updating the title.
messed up.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm evil and fucked up.
Sick
Real.
and twisted, sick and twisted.
This is just a peek into my sick and twisted
I'm
mind.
not like the other kids.
Why are you a kid?
No one understands me.
Why are you a child now?
Nobody in the
Sorry.
kindergarten understands me.
Wow, Zora looks like he's wearing a helmet a little bit.
nice girly pop helmet.
It was like a half an Easter egg is on my head.
It does.
One of the little plastic ones.
Wow,
Where's my wig?
that's real. Wait, is Dyllsie even on the screen? Oh, she
Yeah.
is. Why is she so
huge.
big compared to me?
I don't know.
Why am I so small compared to you on your screen? You made me very small. Shrimp made me very big.
Well, I made you small because you're like low-key a square. And so if you were
What?
well, if you're the same size as everyone
Yo.
else, like look, you're just blocking the inventory a bit.
Do you know who else is a square?
Girl, this is why you're small.
SpongeBob.
You're actually going on the other side. You can't sit with us
No.
anymore.
No, put me back. I miss my friends.
I made you guys really tiny.
Sigh.
You're ants now.
I
Oh,
knew you
Tolbert.
hated me, SpongeBob.
Why?
Tolbert.
Why are you so SpongeBob pilled?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't help it.
You seem. I'll be honest. You seem like the type of person who is like, yeah, I've never watched SpongeBob before.
I love SpongeBob. I've seen it.
You have? I don't know.
Guys, guess
Yeah.
what I have? Guess what I have?
I know I'm
Is it
hideous
honey?
stupid sometimes, but
I have
that's
an
my
egg.
niche.
Your niche is
Nice egg.
SpongeBob or being stupid?
Egg.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wait, Shrimp, what do you have?
Tolbert egg.
Sheesh!
Oh.
Child now.
Wait, I have Tolbert egg too.
Yakaroni and cheese pizza, SpongeBob.
What, isn't
Oh my-
that good?
Oh my god, it's day 11 and we're not prepared for winter at all.
Wait,
we're so
Pick
fucked.
the evil
Oh,
flower.
we need-
We have
See
10
what
days, it's okay.
happens.
He can kill the pigman.
Evil flower.
Zora, do you know how to prepare for winter? Because I don't.
Yeah, we're fine.
I don't think we are.
We just
Wait,
need stone.
picking the evil flowers
We have
doesn't even
plenty.
do anything. Why
No,
are
it's
they
the thorny
evil?
ones that are the ones that hurt you.
Oh,
I need that
but we need
stick.
stone. Oh my god, sorry.
Now we have plenty of stone.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks
I
for
don't
giving me
have
all
any.
of those.
Oh yeah, you're so welcome.
Can I have food? Feed me.
I don't have
Feed me,
any
feed me.
food.
Feed me.
I
Feed
don't
me.
have any. I don't have any vegetables.
Wait, eat their egg.
Give me the egg. You will give me an egg.
It's an egg, a
Okay, you
vegetable.
can have the egg.
Wait,
Yeah, I think so.
but I want to raise him.
It's okay. Foss has an egg too.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. This one can die.
Take all these berries.
Wait.
Berries?
I don't think that I can eat eggs.
Egg vegetable?
You're vegan.
I think
Um,
I cannot
think?
eat eggs. I cannot eat eggs.
This is so
suck an
sad.
egg.
Can't you suck them?
I can't suck the egg either.
Oh man. What's the point?
Color do you want? What's this?
Egg.
I got you something.
Me?
Yeah, come here.
My pockets are looking full. I don't really want this.
Oh,
That's kind of rude.
It's a back
I
scratcher.
thought about you.
Why are we being rude?
You're always rude. I don't want to hear it.
I'm not rude. I'm special.
Especially rude.
Wow.
Oh, junk pile. Sheesh.
Sheesh, the
Yikes.
Oh,
junk
we can
pile.
search that for goodies.
I have too much stuff. I'm sorry, this back scratcher is maybe getting left behind.
What if I told you I got it from like a dead body?
I don't think that makes it better even a little bit. Man,
Sorry
found
if you
some.
hate me.
Yeah.
perhaps.
You know, the kind thing to do is to accept the gifts you're given.
Well, my
It's
pockets are full.
sex.
I would, but my
Oh, sorry.
pockets are full.
Gay sex.
Gay sex? What?
Yeah.
Gay sex.
Gay sex.
2 exclamation
Jason,
points.
Why are you saying that right now?
Someone doesn't look at their chat. I can't believe this.
Oh my god, sorry. I'm
Neglecting
looking
the
at.
sun.
No, I'm looking at chat. No sandwich? That's so sad.
Yeah,
No.
I can't believe they
Sandwich
scammed you out
less.
of a sandwich.
Sandwich.
Try yelling gay sex at them and they'll give it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you won't get kicked out.
When is shrimp drawing yaoi?
Oh, when someone pays me?
When is somebody paying
Um,
shrimp?
They're paying you with time.
Um, 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 what if I don't want to
Boss,
draw
where'd
men?
you go?
What if I...
Oh, that's well. I mean, you're very.
Sigh.
I appreciate the honesty, but wow.
Yeah.
Where
I've
are
drawn
you,
like
Foss?
2 men this year.
I'm trying to figure out what to drop so that I
Can
can
I-
have berries.
Can I make a hoe?
Have you considered Bald Zora?
We haven't. We won't.
Oh,
Ouch.
what's Youch?
I'm like fighting stuff over here.
Oh, is it going
I'm
well?
sure it's fine.
Oh,
going great.
You're a brave soldier.
Yay! Wait, we'll be little again. This is so awesome.
Fun sized.
Fun sized.
What was I gonna make?
What were you gonna make?
A friend. Burn.
And
Burn.
Thank you. What am I looking at?
It's a scrap pile. We can
Frazzled
get-
wires?
It's a full
guys,
moon.
guys, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need to grab something.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, no, in game. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I do need to. I probably.
We
do
know where
need to
our
grab-
glommer is or whatever.
Hi,
his name is.
shrimp.
I'm grabbing him right now.
Bomber. What
I'm
is
grabbing
Yeah, you got it.
Glommer.
He goops all over our farm.
He what?
He goops.
I
He
can't believe
goops.
Foss doesn't know who Glommer is.
Glommer is a.
I
He
can't
keeps us
believe your attitude.
Oh
Do we need frazzled wires, do you think?
Oh my god!
I don't think so.
Are you sure? They look important.
It's Glommer
Um,
time.
I don't know.
I am so hungry.
Oh my god. I need lasagna.
I probably can't eat lasagna.
Can I be honest? I don't even like lasagna.
Oh.
Okay, I'm
Alright.
Garfield
unsubbing right
didn't
now.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
removing
I'm
myself.
sorry. I like scrape off the guts and just eat the noodles by itself.
I'm
What?
unsubbing.
No.
Unfriending.
Oh man. I
uh,
thought I could be real.
No, this is not a safe space.
Yeah, you're right.
Shut
We
up.
removed that tag.
Yeah.
Die. Okay.
I'm gonna get some nuts.
You wanna go back?
Yeah.
Keep going down. Okay.
Well, my inventory's a little full, but if yours isn't, we can keep going.
Mine's full.
Okay.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh, Pig wants to kill me.
Oh, are the pigs aggressive to you?
Yeah, because I'm a merm, and you know, there's like this conflict between the merms and the pigs.
I thought you said there's a conflict between the merms and the tentacles.
That too. The merms have a lot of foes.
Hmm.
We also hate the punny men
The bunny men?
and the spiders.
I didn't know there were bunny boys
Oh,
in
y-
this game.
Oh yeah, they live in the caves.
Yeah, if you go in a sinkhole.
Are they cute? Or no?
They're
If
something.
you like squint your eyes.
Oh. I
Yeah,
see, I see.
they look like their parents don't love
Look like retail shrimp bot.
them. They look like bitches.
Oh, I thought
Yo!
Retail Shrimp Bot was a femboy.
Retail shrimp
Retail
is a
Shrimp
femboy.
Bot is a femboy, yes.
Does he have official art?
No.
No, you just have to like imagine a femboy.
I like to imagine it just
Yeah.
looks like
Oh my god, please.
Yeah.
You like to
Oh, look at
imagine what?
Glummer's cheeks.
Oh, Glummer's kind of interesting looking.
Hey,
You're unfortunate looking.
I didn't say unfortunate. I said interesting.
Wow, you look interesting, buddy. Wow.
All right, surely this egg is happy. What is going on over there?
That's a suckable egg.
Boing, boing.
Don't say it's a suckable egg. What is going on?
I have 2 killer bees in my inventory. Do you want me to release them into your home?
What?
Oh.
Why do you have them in your
Are they-
inventory?
Cause I grabbed them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Duh.
Sorry, that's my bad.
Yeah.
Drip.
Releasing bees
Zerd.
into.
Here, I've got gifts.
Releasing
I
bees.
see bees.
Oh, thank
Are
you.
green. Oh my. Oh, I like how they spin to
you.
attack.
Okay. Oh, the garden's ready to pick stuff.
Glummer's flower? What is
Yummy.
this?
That's
Aw.
Glummer.
The flower. Does the flower just like
Oh wait.
tell him where to
Oh my
be?
god, what?
Yeah.
I
Is
see.
it Chester?
Okay.
Hi guys. I'm
Oh my
gonna build something
god.
super
Yippee!
Thank you. Ta-da. It makes me strong like Viking lady.
Meow.
Zarg, zarg. But
Florp.
Lord.
cool. Okay, guys, we have dogs
Blurp.
now.
We have dogs now?
Yeah, look. Why did I say dogs?
dogs.
What is that? Oh, bees. I got the dogs out, Buzz.
Oh, will they
They're like small
attack?
dogs. Dogs
Or
are
not?
basically.
Not unless you attack them, I think.
You think? You don't even
Oh.
know.
Oh
no, I
yeah.
just kind of
Wait.
wanted bees.
Guys.
Don't Haiti flowers.
Oh,
They
they
need, like,
need
a lot of flowers.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
they
go
need, like, a
kill a
lot of
bunch of
flowers.
butterflies then.
Wait, they need flowers?
Yeah, they need flowers so that the bees can pollinate and spread
Oh.
pollen and sperm and all that.
Okay.
Bee sperm.
Bee sperm
Yeah, we're.
What? I thought you meant
Coming
flower
from the-
sperm.
coming from the bee did.
From the- what?
Coming
What?
to live.
Don't say that.
Never gonna come out of us again.
Oh my
Yo! Oh, I see. Hold on. I need. Ew, guys. That's. Here, I got you something.
On my way
I put it in your pocket.
to the Starbucks.
Beeswax, doodad.
Wait, why do I have a back scratcher? Why do I have a back scratcher? Where did I get this
It's
back
going full
scratcher?
circle.
Do you like it?
It's real interesting, honey.
What about appreciating gifts that you're given and all that?
I don't
Enderman.
appreciate any-
Run! Close the game.
Enderman. Oh my gosh, shut up. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied.
What is going on?
That's the sound it makes whenever I pollinate a flower.
Anyway, here's
Ew.
Monsley. Stop! Why do you?
Wow.
Did
What
someone
is
just
that?
spark?
Oh no, that's the hound. It's hound time.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
What
It's
sound effect?
just bark. So
Going
loud.
on?
Oh my.
Why are
goodness.
you playing that right
Stop.
in my eardrum?
Stop.
Can
How
we
do I make it
ban-
quieter?
I don't know. I wish I could.
Can we
The
ban
sound
retail
volume
sound?
for me is set to
Yeah. I think-
12.
Stop
Oh.
dancing. So overstimulated right now.
Oh, the fire's about to go out. That's fun.
Man. It's so chill.
Oh,
It's
Wait,
softest.
Glamour's kind of cute when he's sleeping.
Glamour's cute,
Yeah.
and they make nice noises.
Oh, they do?
we love
Glomer.
Is this egg gonna
Glamour.
hatch already?
I barely know her.
I hope
Oh my
so.
god, we're gonna
It's
have
because-
a child.
It's because our aura is so good. We gave this little guy
Yeah,
so
all the
much
sound
love.
effects made him want to leave. I gotta get out
Oh,
of
I
this
was
egg
gonna
and
make
run
a bird
away.
cage. On my way to
Oh.
the tall bird child.
Wait, a
That was
bird
the worst
cage
thing that
is
I've ever
crazy.
heard.
Wait, what was?
Jump scare
Hashtag
sound effects
delayed.
for streams.
Oh. That's kind of awesome.
Oh.
Why are we replacing me with
Replace?
Monsley?
Aw, that's cute.
What does that
Honestly,
mean?
is it just
Think you're
going
gonna
to
squeeze
say
me?
bad things?
Monsley would never say bad things.
Hey guys, I'm Monsley, and I think bad things are good.
I mean, you don't
wish
know.
birds were
You don't know
real.
nothing. You wish birds were real?
Sorry, I'm just saying shit again.
Glurp.
Oh, we need
Shrimp,
pet
me too.
pirates.
Stop.
I'm always... Took its skin.
Cooking skin.
Hmm.
Oh god.
Anyways. Oh,
Okay, what do we need?
Anyways.
guys, we need to
Um,
put poop. We need to put
Oh.
poop on the berry bushes.
Wait, we should.
can help with
What
that.
is?
Oh.
Ew. Why don't
That's-
we plant
that's-
these seeds?
Pollinating.
Because I haven't gotten to it yet.
Could also make a bird trap. That would be nice.
Oh yeah, that would.
But
Yeah,
your legs.
I was gonna make one, but we didn't have enough
I
silk.
thought Glommer was supposed to goop on the plants. Is that not what I
He
was
No.
told?
farts out some goop every once in a while that you have to put
Oh,
on
yeah,
yourself.
I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
you
any
put it on
goop.
yourself.
Oh,
Yeah, you
man.
wear it and then you run into the plants and go yippee.
Ew.
Goop hug.
Ew.
Goop hug. Hashtag goop hug.
No, don't hashtag that.
Hashtag
Honk, honk.
pooping up. Pooping up their glommer.
Filthy, don't say that.
Who out there?
No.
Who out there retailing
No.
their shrimp?
Who out there?
Uh-huh. Go on.
Go on, sweetie.
Hmm.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Sheesh.
Macaroni and cheese pizza, governor.
Don't put governor at the end of that.
I'm taking care of the tall bird egg. That's
You're
what I'm
running
doing. I'm
around
not-
with like a spiked baseball bat next to it.
Take care of business.
I miss shrimp.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, Chad. I'm gonna eat an almond butter cup.
What does that have to do with missing
I-
shrimp?
Yeah.
I don't. That's. Oh, I was reading chat.
Why would you reach out?
Real.
Cause they give me money.
Oh.
Oh,
Hi,
so
Chad.
so you solely care about Chad because they're like,
Hi, I'm
Cash
Chad.
machine.
Hi. Maybe.
Krusty Krab is
Okay.
unfair. Krusty Krab is unfair, SpongeBob.
Dyllsie, what are you saying?
I don't know anymore. Do you think I know what I'm saying?
Well, like I would hope.
Well, you're gonna be disappointed because I don't know.
Sigh.
I'm
This
very
is-
stupid.
How long does this little guy take to hatch? Been hatching for a while.
A couple days, I think.
Couple days.
He's shy.
Oh, okay. I guess that's
Oh.
fine.
Almost as shy as mine.
Uh-huh. I've never seen so many different types of seeds before. I thought it was just the seeds you get from the ground. Let me have
I've
my
added
twink
more
and
a few
eat
years
him.
ago, I think.
Dot, dot, dot,
What?
dot.
I don't remember him saying that.
Uh-huh.
Well,
What
I
be
mean,
What
my
else
the,
did
twink?
he
the,
say?
well, the devil's in the details. The devil is in the retails.
Oh, really?
The devil isn't twink.
The devil is a twink.
Twink.
That's so awesome.
I mean, haven't you seen Husband Hotel?
I have seen
mean-
Husband Hotel.
Yeah, why is there's a lot of twinks in that? Too many.
Everybody's a
Exterminate
twink
them.
in that show.
Yeah, even the woman.
Hey, Alistair, I'm a twink.
Is that how that works?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know.
yeah, that's how that works.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Well, they're
That's great.
retailing their shit.
What's wrong?
Who out
I
there
just had
detailing?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh.
Ah.
I think we should ban
Oh.
ice.
Okay. Like
Okay.
what are his crimes?
Trust.
Oh,
Okay.
Trusting.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Trust the Swamp family.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh.
I see.
Glad somebody sees.
I'm actually blind.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm legally blind.
I'm legally blind.
Are you?
No,
Okay.
but I could be.
You could be.
Maybe someday I will be.
I can help you with that.
Oh, really? That's so cool. You're like a magician.
Yeah, well, I don't really want to be compared to a magician.
Oh. Wait, this is so cute.
You got a skirt?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Wait, are you wearing it? Come here.
I'm putting it on.
Aw. It doesn't. It looks like a dress more than a skirt. Like it's kind of up your
Yeah.
whole body.
Yeah.
Just a little guy.
Okay, detail shrimp.
Man, I can't put seeds in the crock pot. I'm messed up.
it's cold. My child.
Our child is cold.
Take care of it.
Okay.
What are you naming him? You have to
Starbucks.
name your son. Starbucks? What?
Starbucks.
Fish.
Faust the Monsley Hever.
Oh.
Faust the Pikachu. Faust the
Yeah, we can
somehow
name him
kinda
Starbucks.
innocent but OOC.
Yeah, Starbucks.
Faust the
Yeah,
pink-haired
cool.
fox. What is
OOC.
your favorite French fries?
My favorite French fries are the big fat steak fries. I really like the thick ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just wondering. I wasn't just saying that for fun.
That's
Where are
good.
the hands at? Where?
That's great, sweetie.
Ah, man.
Man.
What is OOC?
Out of character. Out of,
character.
out of context.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Wendy. I mean Abigail. I was trying to open a chest, but I accidentally smacked her in the head.
That's what I would
Why would
say
you do
too
that
if
to
I wanted to
her?
smack someone in the head.
Smacks you in the head.
Hey,
Remember.
Did someone redeem
Cat's
bonk for me
fingers.
on
Hey.
Faust's stream?
no.
Oh well, because I just have to do this.
Your child is sweating.
Your son is so sweaty and gross. Fix it.
Oh, fine.
Do you know who else is sweating?
Ew! Don't be weird. That's so wonderful.
Do you like my sound effects?
I love your sound
Mhm,
effects.
That's a
and
giant garlic.
Girl.
They make me happy.
But think about it for a bit. They make me
Yeah.
happy.
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 I've never felt this emotion before.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Happy, happy, happy.
that used to be my sound effect for when someone followed, and then I was like, what if it's all Oblivion and Skyrim sound effects?
You finally awake. You were trying to cross
Oh,
the
I
border,
don't
right?
have that one, but I do have wonderful time for celebration. Cheese for everyone.
Cheese?
Cheese
for
for-
everyone?
Yeah. You know.
Wonderful time for a celebration. Cheese for everyone.
Who?
Cheese for no one.
I
You know,
can't
the
believe
god of
What?
Frost
the
hasn't
god of
played Oblivion.
the god of madness, Shea
Oh my god, I'm literally playing Skyrim for you. What do you mean?
Yeah, but
Aw.
you need to
One
play
at a
Oblivion
time.
too.
Oblivion's the better game.
Sigh. What?
Oblivion is the better game.
Yeah.
Really? I have never heard that opinion before in my life.
You haven't? I feel like that's what everyone says.
Maybe they're not
Or
saying it to me
are
though.
you or are you playing me for a fool again like you always are?
I could be.
Foss is always trying to rage bait me. It's sad.
Don't say it's sad if it works.
It does work, okay?
Oh, we should probably start thinking about winter, maybe.
Always
about it?
thinking about winter.
I'm always, yeah. What Foss said.
Yeah.
I'm always
Um,
winter.
You're
we
always
could try and
thinking?
hunt down.
What are you eating, Zora?
Rice.
I
Oh.
want
Give me some.
rice. Oh my god.
Hi, Juice.
Hello, Juice.
Hi, Juice.
Hello, Juicer. Juice-tastic. Should we, like, make rabbit earmuffs?
That
Or
As
sounds
long as we
cute.
have
I don't-
thermal stones, will be okay.
Or is that a waste? Oh, okay, okay.
I'm good. I don't know
I
about
was-
the others.
I was gonna say we could also
Mm.
hunt down those elephant things.
What if we got a fridge?
Elephant.
And then we
Yeah,
had
elephant.
We have a fridge.
We do?
Yeah,
I've never
big one.
seen a
Didn't notice
fridge
the
before.
obvious fridge.
Oh no, I kind of didn't look
You
at
don't
that.
notice any of my accomplishments.
That's
Frost
pretty
bind?
real.
I think you're doing great.
I mean, you're doing okay.
Okay.
Oh, well.
You're doing slay.
PlayStation's on.
PlayStation's turned on.
I'm getting chased
Powered
by
on.
frogs.
Where?
Just at home.
As-
Need meat.
I'm literally minding my business.
Well,
Are you ever doing
Hell
that?
is coming soon.
Yeah, I'm
Ribbit,
never doing
ribbit.
that.
Foss, give us your food.
They won't really hold still to get smacked either, huh?
Hold on.
And then
Don't worry.
Kind of sucks.
I'll help.
I'm worried.
I'll help.
Oh, thank you.
Killed it.
Yippee! Yeah.
Die, little guy.
Bars.
Thank you. Zerg, 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 zerg. Blah, blah, blah. Bang, blah.
Right.
Bam. Meow. Nice glommer, SpongeBob.
Why is it always SpongeBob?
I don't know. Mr. Krabs, that's Glommer. You can get him on a full moon, Pearl.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Ah,
Whose meatballs are these?
yours.
They're mine. Just kidding. I can't eat meat. Meow, meow.
Out here retailing their shrimp.
Who up retailing these shrimp?
Who up retailing their shrimp, SpongeBob?
What the?
I'm jorking.
Hopefully nobody.
Guys, will you keep me safe for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep what safe?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Me and the egg.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
kill the egg, I'll die.
Alright, guys.
Yeah.
Deploy the attack dogs.
Oh,
What the
yeah.
fuck?
Getting out my frying pan for this egg.
Sheesh!
getting out my lips for this egg to suck it.
Put your lips away. What is going
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
on? Is that how that works?
Maximum spooking. Oh yes, I need some sanity.
Oh,
Tell me a
now you want
story.
my story after you made fun
Yeah.
of it.
Oh my god. Listen, listen, sometimes you cook.
Thanks. It's looking kind of dark. I don't know.
Fall smells pretty bad.
Girl.
That's what Hickford said.
Pickford's a hater.
I'm full of emptiness. All the stories going on.
What?
Wendy's not a fan. Good story.
Oh.
Good shit.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a sequel. Oh boy. I'm
You
excited
love
about this.
sequels.
Wait, let me start over. So there's this guy. And he lives out deep in the woods,
Mm-hmm.
making clocks.
Mm-hmm.
They say that he has a clock for every one of his victims. Oh.
Why
Stop
are
at the
you
exact time.
dancing?
Oh, I was kidding.
What?
Oh, okay, sorry. Dyllsie, this story might be a little too scary for you.
Yeah, I'm kind of going. I'm gonna be afraid of the clock man. I want to go to the bathroom. What is that dumb dance? What?
I'm in my
what,
way.
what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Thanks for dancing during the story.
we have matching
Stop
hats.
dancing. Wet goop?
You
Is
got
this the egg? Oh my god.
Where did the egg go?
No one
I was
tells
not paying attention to
Hey,
it. I was dancing.
no one tells friends.
Oh my.
Okay, go put. Oh, go
So,
replace
okay,
it with
so-
a fresh new egg.
Okay,
The
okay, we gotta
story-
go. We
okay,
gotta
wait.
go.
Okay,
Somebody
I'll
come with me.
place down a perch nut.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's
That'll
the
be the
egg.
decoy. That'll be the decoy.
Okay, come on.
Wait,
Quick, we
where's?
gotta go.
I don't
Yeah.
know where it is.
Down
Okay,
here.
let's go.
They're,
Let's
they're
go.
down here.
Okay.
We're not
Oh.
even protecting her. The birch nut's the only thing there.
Oh,
The
They'll
birch
be
nut
fine, they'll
is
be fine.
protecting.
the birch. Don't they have like a dog thing, like a little dog horse?
Yeah, yeah.
Surely
They'll be
Abigail
fine.
will save them.
And Abigail, yeah.
Oh my god.
Hi, hi,
Welcome back.
retail.
Hi.
Hi.
Fine, say. Oh, I mean for a minute, this is sounding insulting fast. Okay.
But there's a sign.
Wow.
Where's my child?
We're carrying the egg because you're.
Yeah.
We're taking it
Yeah.
for a
Okay.
nature
We're taking
walk.
care of it.
Oh, okay. Insight game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gave you
Shit.
the green nut as like just so you can
Just so
be
you
at
had.
peace of
You
mind.
didn't
Yeah.
feel like you were
So
missing
you
anything.
didn't kill
Yeah.
me.
It's like the decoy child,
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kill this rabbit. Let's kill this rabbit.
Somebody
Yeah.
grab one.
Okay, I'm grabbing.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on over there?
Nothing. We're coming back.
We're coming back.
Yeah.
How do
Hey.
you make bombs in this game?
Bombs.
What?
Why would you want
Oh,
bombs?
I thought you said balls.
How do you make balls in this
Boy,
game?
yo, yo, yo.
Boing. The bouncy ball.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
This guy does not like me, by the way. I kind of
Oh.
called his uncle a freak. Yeah.
Well, was his uncle a
He's
freak?
not. Yeah.
I feel like that's
Yeah.
deserved.
Yeah.
This guy's
I called
fast.
I called him a freak Bob.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We've
called
all
him a
been there.
freak Bob. Yeah.
Is this the way home?
Go right.
Right?
Wait.
Up and to the right if you're not turning your camera.
I'm turning my camera.
Yeah, keep going that way.
Okay.
Yeah, straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up, home
Hopefully
slice.
the nature walk was good for the child.
This way.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Yeah.
picking up singers.
Yeah, it's nature walk.
Yeah.
My inventory is full.
Look,
Okay.
see, here he is. Unharmed.
Yeah,
Hey!
there he is.
That's not the
He
same
kind of,
egg.
he
Yes,
kind of,
it is. You don't
kinda fixed
recognize your
himself.
own son?
Why
Yeah,
isn't he
he kinda-
hatching anymore? Did you guys kill
He
my
fixed-
child?
No.
He fixed his shell.
No. He got shy.
just-
Be
yeah.
He was like,
supportive.
I'm coming out too early. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'm-
Oh, by
you
the
know what
way,
this
you kind of left
means.
this behind. You kind of left. This
Ah!
What was that for?
Hey, no. I mean, your son's right here. I don't know what the big deal is.
Oh my god, you're freaking me out. What
I'm
is
gonna
this
feed
sign?
my group to you.
Oh,
Pretty bad, dog.
okay, good.
What happened to
know.
my child?
Your
He's
child's
right
okay. I don't know why you're so
there.
paranoid.
This is why I was asking how to make bombs in this game.
Oh my goodness.
No,
With birch nuts, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Birch nut bombs. Birch bombs.
Bomb nuts.
Oh.
Yeah, nut bombs.
Ew.
Explosive nuts.
Kaboom.
She goes boom.
Kaboom, methinks.
Prototype a drying rack.
Kerplowy. Holy
Wow.
kapowie.
We can dry things now, like Faust.
I don't want to be
Why
dry.
would-
I'm
why would we-
moisturized.
I also don't want
transfer
to
my
be dry.
eczema to you. You will be dry.
What?
I think the hounds are coming.
The beast
Wait, you might want to grab the egg. Because the dogs will eat the egg if they can.
They eat it? It's messed
Yeah.
up.
I'd eat
Like
you.
the sour macaroons from Viva Pinata.
Dyllsie, nobody else in the whole world has ever played Viva Pinata.
Yes, they have. Are there
No, you
are there
made
are
this
there,
up. You made this
are
up
there
in your head.
are there any Viva Pinata enjoyers?
Oh, wait, no, I know someone who's played it before.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah?
Dyllsie. There are
Yeah.
no Viva Pinata enjoyers in chat.
No, I know someone else.
No, it's just Dyllsie
Yeah?
again.
Nope, there's evidence.
No.
Womp womp. Wompity womp womp.
Oh, this is a
What
big
the
one.
fuck is
Oh, that's a big boy.
Wait, how do I...
Kill the.
Wow,
Oh, that guy
was so
was
good.
dead. That guy was underwhelming. Oh my god. You're kidding
Oh,
me.
I'm hitting somebody else. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh,
I can't
You
stop
hit
attacking.
me!
oh.
You know my sister's gonna kill you! This is...
Who turned PvP on?
Who turned
Who
PvP,
turned PvP on?
I blame Faust.
Oh, I've never
Oh, I'm
done
starving, okay.
that.
Why am I starving? Why am I...
Why are you
Who out
starving?
here retailing their... Who out here retailing their shrimp?
Who up starving their son?
Oh,
Oh.
oh, oh. Okay, I thought he died. I
Wait,
thought
hold on, let me...
Poppy died.
Oh,
He just,
that'd
like-
be crazy if she could die. Do you like my story? Don't dance. Oh my goodness. Sigh.
Isn't this what bards do? We should be dancing,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we're like trying to find hates.
Who dances? It's like the Bard
I said
story.
bar!
The girl.
Oh.
The.
Who here wants to play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, well,
Played it like
we,
twice.
I'll play it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never played
Dyllsie,
it.
do you want to DM for us? I'll
Yeah, I'll
play. Juice
DM.
wants to play too. Juice.
I'll be your DM. I've never done it before. I've never played at all, but sure.
Oh, can we
If
start
I'm being-
phone dance? Let me eat a whole thing of garlic so I stop starving.
Ew. Okay. What do we need?
You got what I
Um,
need,
Berries.
and you say he's
Berries?
just a friend.
Yeah, so I can make meatballs.
I have a lot of berries. I just don't have like fertilizer for what I am.
Oh,
Maybe I'll go to the
well,
beefalo area and
Yeah,
look
let's go to
around.
beef.
I don't wanna die.
You know what? I give up. I'm eating the tall bird egg.
What?
I ate him.
What?
What?
But we protected him.
Oh my god!
I ate him.
You didn't even cook him. You just ate him raw, unseasoned. That was crazy.
What?
Um,
Shrimptastic. What on earth?
Exclamation point, Dad.
Guys, it's
Well-
pretty
that
much-
was
anyway, yeah,
crazy,
sorry.
by the way.
I kind of. Anyway, we should fight this dragon. It's...
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a journey.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
going on a
fr-
journey. What the hell?
Where?
I'm trying to
Yeah.
get fertilizer, so I'm going to the beefalo area if you wanna come.
Down and to the right or down? Oh, you don't have your map change. Huh?
India.
If
Spawn side or not spawn side?
spawn side.
Okay.
Do you know who else is spawn side?
My mom.
Rito.
Whoa! High five.
Yeah, guys, I want to play a bard owl. Owlin, who's a bard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I think that suits
Very-
you.
It's kind of dope. And you
Or
say
I
he's
could play as one of my 500 other characters, but you know, I could be an owl.
Yeah, why would you
Sure.
make a new character if you already have like
Oh,
18?
20,
okay,
20 kajillion.
it's 13, I think. But
What?
it's kind of just they're hard to play. A lot of them. A lot of them are hard to play, or evil, or dragons, or evil and dragon. So
And you're a coward or what?
no, a lot of
Um,
GMs are cowards. Cowards.
Yeah, they're
I
coward
see.
bobs.
Who say coward bobs?
Coward Bob. Yeah, guys, would you let me play as a dragon?
I'm calling.
Mm-hmm.
Would you let me
Are
play
there
as
even
an evil
beefaloes over
dragon
here?
lesbian? Consider.
They're down to the right.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got beefalo.
Take this.
Yeah.
D&D campaign of all evil characters? Yeah, that'd be fun.
Wait,
What's the evil, guys? Let's steal candy from babies.
I like stealing candy from babies.
Ew, why do you
It
say
makes-
it like
Saying
that?
doesn't make sense to
It makes
though,
me
I
feel
know it.
powerful.
Uh-huh.
Oh wait, why is there a chest right here? Oh, blueprints.
Wow. Where are those things?
I found blue.
Abigail
The
killed
people
it.
are not this
Oh.
way, but I'm hunting a creature.
Oh,
Oh, I'm also hunting a creature right now.
who up hunting
The beefalo
creatures?
are above us and to the right.
Me when I hunt creatures.
Oh, who up hunting they creatures?
I'm hunting a koala.
Who up hunting they creatures? Freak Bob is. That's who.
Are
Who up
you
creature
freak
Bob
out?
and they
Abigail,
hunt.
can you attack the damn koala? That'd be cool.
And you say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend.
The koala fin?
I don't remember how to kite. Oh, I killed it.
Right?
It feels.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
kiting.
I think that was the one I was hunting.
It's a combat technique.
In this
I
game?
don't know, but if yeah,
No.
you like hit them once and then run away. It's called kiting.
Yeah, it's basically
I
called
thought
being a
kiting
coward.
Was
Or
like
hit them multiple
zigzagging
times.
around.
It's kind of like that, but it's
Yeah.
just like basically the movement that you do.
Oh, I see.
I should
Hashtag
kill some
coward.
spiders.
Come here.
Hello.
Where are spiders? Who out here spidering their spider?
Who up spidering? I have a merm friend.
Who up spidering,
I'm-
comma, I have a friend.
Who up having no
Who's
mouth?
spider?
Grew up eating grandma.
Why
What?
do I have the back scratcher? I'm abandoning it.
That-
I'm
that-
abandoning.
Everybody has it.
Oh my
You're
God.
welcome.
I left this back scratcher somewhere. You guys will never find it.
I don't really want to find
I
it.
mean,
I
you
don't
might,
think.
but yeah, I don't think this too.
Oh, thank you. I don't. This is for you. I have berries.
My inventory's full.
Who,
Oh, okay,
who up
for you.
freaking they Bob?
Who up freaking they, Bob? That's so real.
What bobbin? What's a back scratcher on the floor here?
Is this the one that shrimp?
Probably.
Shrimp. Why is this
Shrimp
here?
love pudding.
Oh, because I didn't want it.
Pudding.
Nobody appreciates my gifts.
Grrrr.
What? Why are you a
Blathering
zesty cat?
What? Why? Can I have context for that? Or am I just
For
supposed
bro-
to accept? Why are you a sissy cat? Am I just supposed to accept that? Am I not
Yeah.
supposed to question that?
Well, so Dyllsie said, "Meow," like a zesty cat.
I
and
had no idea
was
that was
just
about me.
commenting on it.
Why would you comment?
Sorry. Like and subscribe.
What?
Like
There's
and
no-
subscribe.
Okay, bozo.
Yeah,
Okay,
don't call
bozo
me
the
Bozo the
clown.
Clown. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Glommer just puked.
Oh, give him some medicine. There's no beefaloes
Goopog.
here. I'm
Mm,
feeling
I don't know where they are. They're
beefalo-less.
somewhere.
It's nighttime, chat.
I don't
It
have a
is
stick.
nighttime. Quite
I do.
observant.
Oh wait, Ruby has my sticks. It's fine. Everything is okay.
Everything is slay and everything is
Everything
lollipop.
is awesome when you're a part of a team. Everything is awesome.
Me when everything is awesome.
You and everything is awesome.
Me when I retail my shrimp.
Sorry, I found another mandrake. I keep
Is that the
finding them.
noise it made?
Are you sure it's not a
Yeah.
woman, Drake? Me when.
Mine's gonna
You
run
would
out
what?
Mm.
to get yours ready.
Me when I. Me when I eat someone.
Me when I eat people. Me when.
I love
You guys have
cannibalism.
considered cannibalism yet?
It makes my tummy go happy.
Ew.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you, Zora.
that was so awesome.
Almost as awesome as my.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
my cat's
wholesome.
back, by the way.
Put your cat on the mic. Put your cat on the mic.
Do it or cowardice is yours.
Real.
Let me. Okay, I was gonna kill spiders though. Can I kill spiders and then put him on the mic? He's chilling right now.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, we're not really prepared for that negotiation.
Where's the beef?
Where is the beef?
Where's- Oh, I see an anglerfish.
Where's the
Get
beef?
it.
Oh, I wish fish were real.
A skitter squid.
What?
A skitter squid is what it's called.
Mm.
I don't know what it does,
Probably
but
skitters.
it's probably a friend. Almost as friendly as my.
Uh-huh.
Oh, tree guard. Hi, tree guard. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, bestie. I'm so sorry, best friend. I'm so sorry. Hey, I'm sorry about my sins.
Are you
Wanna get-
chilling?
I'm planting trees. I'm doing my best to atone.
That's good. I sure crave some soda cereal. What is soda cereal?
What is soda cereal?
Oh man, I love
Oh,
cereal.
I think it's soda. I think it's cereal with soda in it.
Like instead of
milk?
what I
milk?
underst- Yeah,
That
that's
kind
what
of sounds
chat said.
something.
Yeah, that sure is something.
Could I have that rabbit?
eat frog legs? Is this not meat?
I can.
Y-
I'm
y-
eating already, probably.
Uh,
No, thank you.
This guy is not pissing off.
he's not what?
Pissing off.
Oh. Well, you know what
Probably
they
good.
say.
Well, what do they say?
Well, you're supposed to know what they say. I don't want to say it.
Oh, I don't know what they say. I'm
Well,
clueless. I'm just a girl.
Sorry.
I don't have thoughts. They call me dumbass in some countries.
Yeah? Who's
Yeah.
who's calling you that?
The mean people.
Mm.
Oh, that's a spider queen. Never mind. I am leaving.
She's a spider queen. Xerg, Xerg.
We're literally
sure.
beefalowless.
Yeah.
I
only
was-
one.
I literally saw some. They are
I don't think they're real.
They're over there somewhere.
me.
Shrimp is so bad
I'll
at
s-
generating maps.
Yeah. Like, what
Here,
the
I'll
hell?
send you a screenshot. I'll send a screenshot. Oh,
Oh,
what?
Oh.
okay. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
didn't mean to activate that one.
I'm not gonna
Oops,
lie.
That was an accident.
I genuinely got scared there was a creeper behind me.
I think I need to go to the swamp.
You want to check for
Wait,
the beacon or you
actually,
want to go back?
actually, Dyllsie, can you get
Can
me
I
some
check for-
papyrus?
That'd be
Somewhat?
cool.
Can
Okay.
you get
Sure.
some? Can you go to the
Yeah.
swamp and get some reeds?
Yeah. You got it, Bucko.
Bucko.
6.
Bucko the clown.
Let me get a log in case we need a fire.
I'm
You just
currently
need one? I have one log.
Oh. Okay.
This tree guard is pissing me off.
You're still fighting a tree guard?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Um,
He's making me
well,
upsetty spaghetti.
kudos for not dying.
Yeah. I never die.
You died last game.
Well, yeah, that's true. You might have a point there. Previous statement reverted.
Okay.
Okay, thank God. The mosquitoes took chase.
Shout out mosquitoes.
Oh, sorry. The freaky wasp.
Freaky wasp.
They are.
These beefalo are not real.
Maybe
I would
someone
keep it
killed
over real.
them. Real.
She beef on my low.
Why would she do that?
I don't know.
Is she okay?
I didn't want her to, but you know.
Did she also?
Like
How
a
much
Discord
papa-
status.
Hey, Shrimp. How much
Yeah?
papyrus to the skeleton do you need?
I only needed 2 for the bird cage.
Okay. I have
Isn't
one
there
for
some
you.
in the chest.
Yeah, maybe.
Uh,
Oh, there's
Oh,
some. That's-
okay. I'll give you this one. I'm also building a civilization, by the way.
Let's see.
Okay.
I'm gonna plug in my headset, and since it's showing all the desktop audio, you guys are gonna hear a freaky voice, but it's gonna be okay.
I'm using all desktop audio?
Because
Oh, there
the
was issues.
Discord audio isn't working.
Oh, I need.
So I just had to share all of it. This spot's getting muted for real.
I see.
Yeah. I tried really
Yeah.
hard. It didn't work.
You did your best.
I did my best. Surely it's
Okay,
guys,
Shrim's
we're gonna have
fault.
bird.
That makes you better than
Why
the
is it
rest.
my fault?
Well, because you were
generation.
not picking up on my stream. No one could hear you.
How?
It's because Shrimp made the stream an hour later.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
No.
true.
What the hell, Shrimp?
The hell, Shrimp.
I was on time. Foss was the one who was running behind.
You
Totally.
invited me 2 hours late.
Ooh.
Oh, well, I didn't. I didn't know you would be willing to correct me. I didn't know.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's not
we all-
okay. We don't forgive you. Chill.
Start sobbing violently. Pigman.
Wait, why do I have 2 hoes and 2 Twitches?
2 hoes.
Ugh. They're both Dyllsie.
Hello?
Ah,
What?
Yeah, both me. Yeah, true.
Oh my god, we
I
found
am
him!
the host.
Thank goodness. Wait, the back scratcher's here. Wait, we
It's
passed
always
this
here.
place. Are you
yeah, I
telling
think
me
they
we
move
went?
around.
What?
I'm pretty sure the beefalo walk.
They should walk where it's convenient
Thought,
for
hey, hey, what's
me.
that sound? All the men
What's a
falling
touchstone over here?
down.
Heyo!
There's more beefalo down here too.
Okay.
Where?
Yeah.
Freddy Fazbear.
Ew.
Freddy Fazbear, are you trying to kill
don't
me?
be British. Don't
Freddy
be British.
Fazbear?
No.
I'm William
don't be
Afton.
British.
I don't.
No.
I can't be British.
William
Thank
Afton in it.
goodness.
God save
Uh,
the Queen. Freddy Fazbear, why are you trying
No.
to kill the night guard?
Oh, this is a freaky beast.
Oh my god. It's a mosquito.
Me when the beast is freaky.
Shit. Did you go up or down?
To the right. I don't know what your orientation looks like though.
Okay.
There's a freaky
Well,
beast
you're
somewhere over
rotating
here.
their camera.
You don't
You.
rotate your camera?
No, I do.
Oh, okay, okay.
Who prefers to rotating their camera?
Me.
I'm rotating my beef.
Oh, nice.
Rotates your
Doesn't-
beef.
That's your
Oh.
look in you in the impressive.
What is that? That is
Gonna
freaky.
have to do what I can.
I don't like it at all. And why does it have babies?
Don't worry about that part right now. Just help.
Okay, I'm helping.
What are you fighting?
A Varg. Oh my god, you're gonna die for real.
Oh
There's no
God.
way you live that.
Oh, the
Oh,
horror!
I was winning.
you were?
Oh.
Wow, this
you
is
started
so
giving me
many
negative
dogs.
vibes.
I did?
Yay.
Oh my god, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
It's
That's
your
my
fault.
bad. That's my
Well,
bad.
on the bright side, Retail Shrimp got a new skin.
Just run. I'm
The
coming
winter
back.
soiree pants.
Where's the small turkey image stretched? The hell?
Ah! Why is there lightning? Is that you coming to life?
Yeah, bring him to the beefalo. They'll kill him.
The beefalo will kill him? Where's the beefalo?
The other way you're running. Back towards me.
Okay. Where are you? Oh wait, beef.
Who's beefing that?
They're
Me
not
when I
attacking him. There's so many
they-
dogs on my screen. Help!
I'm coming. You have any gold on you or no?
Not on me, but there is some, like, close by. This is a song that plays when you get chased by a dog.
Yeah, make him hit the dog. Make him hit the beefalo.
How do I make them hit?
Just sit in the middle of the beefalo.
Ow!
There you go.
Yay!
What are you two doing?
I was looking for manure to fertilize our berries, but then there's also
Wait,
Um,
why didn't you
So
wait?
bad.
But
Why not just you use the pigs?
the pigs.
Can
Yeah,
you
there
stop
are.
running for like maybe 2 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not working.
There's like a pig
Never
town
mind.
like right next to us.
Do they have
I just need to
fertilizer?
get into your dog because your dog has
Yeah.
gold.
Oh, I can get into my dog.
Hello.
Well, if she comes to me.
I'm cooking.
I think we're gonna lose.
No. Will they go away when it's nighttime or no?
I don't know.
Will who go away? The wolves?
Mm-hmm.
No, they will not go away.
Oh man.
I don't think they're gonna go away until this guy stops spawning more in.
Oh.
If you can get back home, there are merms.
Merms.
Merm is the word.
Wait, close
No.
No.
Damn.
I need a torch so bad, but I can't stop.
I can light stuff on fire for you. Sheesh, I don't know where you went.
I'm bringing the big guy to the swamp.
Okay, you bring the big guy to the swamp. Jen, this is Hollow Knight in a way. A little bit.
Yeah.
I was
It's
saying
basically
that
Hollow
earlier.
Knight.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. Like there's a bug called Glommer. That's pretty cool.
That's not in Hollow Knight though.
But like it could
we add
be.
Glover to Hollow Knight.
Glommer looks like he would be in Hollow Knight.
True.
Yeah,
I agree.
see?
Can we add Dyllsie to Hollow Knight?
Yeah, I'm convinced. What can I say?
Sheesh.
I'm bringing a really scary guy home. Is that chill?
Yeah.
I think that's probably pretty chill. Oh, it's cold. What the?
I
Why is
want
it cold?
cheese. Can you guys buy me cheese?
Oh, they're scared of the
Oh.
fire. Oh, that one's not.
No.
God!
That one's not scared.
They got Glomer.
Oh, this is not like Hollow Knight anymore.
Fuck you!
Oh.
I'm going to
Surely
back to my family's
Glommer
house.
respawns. Surely you guys are chilling. Dot
I'm
dot dot.
Oh, I'm
Think it's a
cold.
winter? I don't know. Like it's cold, but I
It's
don't know if
about
it's
to be
winter
winter.
yet.
I don't know what's happening.
Surely you're going
Hey.
home and you're not freezing to death and everything will be okay.
I'm home, but so is the creature.
My
The creature.
sister's about to die!
Can that even happen?
Again!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
she
my
responds, but yeah.
He's gotta be low. I smacked him for like 10 minutes.
Oh,
We're gonna
surely.
die. We're all gonna
No.
die.
Who up knowing?
We just gotta get to the swamp. But it's
Yeah.
too
dead.
dark.
Talk to
It's
my
dead.
family.
It's dead. Kill the wolves.
It's dead.
Kill the wolves, kill the hound.
You got it? Good job.
Good job, Shrimptastic.
I
Oh,
always believed in
what
you.
happened?
Our house is on fire!
Our house is on fire? Oh man.
Yeah, there was a firehound. There was a firehound.
Oh,
Okay, everything's fine.
Is our skeleton okay?
Good morning!
Oh, yeah.
I'm on fire.
Zane.
right, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be so okay. Don't even worry.
Homer's dead. My
So
sister
hungry.
died.
No, they'll respawn surely. Is there only one Glommer per?
No.
I think
They
so.
respawn.
They
I
respawn.
think
Yay! They respawn.
Every full moon, I think it's going to return to the flower.
That's good. See, we just have to make it to the next full moon.
Maybe I should make Merm Warriors. That would be cool.
Does someone have
Yeah.
a hoe?
Yeah, I got
I'm
two
right
hoes.
here. Yeah.
Can I have one?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm coming home.
I'm all yours.
Oh,
I really
okay.
know the way home.
Oh, bird! We got a bird now. We have a bird.
Like a
That was
tub or
Vision.
egg?
exciting.
I don't know where. Oh, is
Uh,
this home?
No, a red bird. We have a cardinal.
Okay.
Let me
If
see
we
your
can
map.
feed him eggs.
Keep
Gotta
it
go.
Just keep
lay
going
eggs.
straight that way. That's
This.
home. That's the farm.
It's the farm. Okay, got it. Due to the
Grew up
sick and
feeding
twisted
birds.
nature of people in this stream, I am not leaving. That's so real and
Oh.
awesome.
Yeah.
I love being sick and twisted.
We're pretty
What
sick.
are
and
eggs
twisted
used
spots,
for?
aren't we?
Sheesh.
Well, you know, you can eat them like you did to your unborn child.
Real.
I'll do it again.
I hope you do.
I can't believe we
Still.
survived.
I can't. Well,
Yeah.
you didn't survive.
I'll eat you.
Yeah.
It's okay. Now we have nightmare fuel. That's so good.
It was worth it.
It was so worth it.
Time to smack the giant beehive.
For fun? Or like, do you need something? Doesn't sound like the best idea.
Meow, 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 meow.
Real.
Meow. Oh,
Ribbit,
let's put the cat on the mic now.
Put your cat
Come
on the mic.
ribbit.
Come here, Catachino!
Bust some rhymes.
What are you
Bless
doing?
some rhymes.
Oh, he's gaming?
Sheesh. Oh, he's gaming.
File up, escape, unsummon. How did he activate Abigail's controls? I didn't. How
The
did
Mal?
what button is that? Sir! Oh, why is there an echo?
Oh, that's your cat.
He's headbutting me.
Really? That's so cute.
Hey, I
the
I love
have
when cats do that.
I have presents for you.
Oh, he's all his headbutt.
For
Oh,
me?
thank you.
Yeah.
Where's my present?
Come and get it, Buster.
I'm coming.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
This
bird.
garden is
Hey.
looking empty. Hi.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. What is this for?
You can now talk to the merms, and they won't kill you.
Oh. Wait, that's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm building my civilization.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
cool.
I have so much strip now.
You have so much shrimp?
tripped. Oh my god.
Drip.
Shrimp engine.
Shrimp? In the shrimp channel?
Kind of enjoyed
Oh,
that
I hate the
person.
new thing.
And the shrannel.
Oh, please don't rub
Sh-
your nose on
the
my
shrannel.
eczema. Please don't drink my coffee either.
Give
God
that
damn it.
cat some coffee.
He wouldn't
I
like
think the cat's
it.
thirsty.
Every time hydrate for your cat to drink coffee.
No, coffee is bad for him.
Can I get some
Uh,
hashtag let him drink in the chats?
I'm gonna plant these spider eggs right here.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Why are you? Oh my God, you really did. You really did. Are you okay?
Are you putting spiders on our house?
Yes.
No.
Man. This is not awesome.
I'm gonna take them to my family.
Sigh.
I'm gonna tell family about this.
My family will be hearing about this.
His name is Gut.
Dyllsie said, what the? Sigh.
Slay.
Not slay. Why
No,
is
it's
there
pretty slay
Glommer's
station.
goop all over the floor? Like
That's
he
the blood.
died
He died. That's his
Yeah.
internal organs.
and we just left his corpse like on our living room floor?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
Okay. Well,
What's it to you?
that's good. No, I was just wondering if that's what we were
Oh,
up to.
Catachino is now attacking my drawing tablet. He's attacking.
Let him
Oh,
do
OBS
art.
is open.
He wants to draw
OBS
Yaoi.
that's open. And he's attacking Dyllsie.
Oh,
Oh,
Hey there,
that's the
Buster.
sound of me breaking my chair.
Oh my god.
Who else
Mr.
here
Pop.
breaking their chairs?
We're breaking their chairs.
Can you tell a story so I don't go insane?
Yeah, but we have to
Alright, Blue
wait
Cheeses.
for it to be nighttime.
It's
Well,
nighttime.
Guess what?
Thanks for waving. Do we have materials to make the hot stone thingies?
Yeah, it's just stone and pickaxe.
Stone and pickaxe?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the hand at?
Okay. Thanks for dancing at my story.
I got you. Someone's gotta be the hero.
It's true.
I do have a concern. So when it's winter and crops are scarce, what am I gonna eat?
Do the berry bushes not work in the winter?
I think they're
I
slower.
think
They don't.
I think yeah, they're slow.
Okay, let's stop
Um,
wasting all the messages, I guess.
Surely.
Hmm.
Well, surely we just put food in the fridge and you're good.
Surely.
The story is so
Surely.
interesting. I don't really know what he's talking
You
about.
don't.
He's just like going.
Have I told you about the creepy ooze?
Look at Abigail
Wait.
dancing.
Who's
Look
watching?
at Abigail dancing. She's so cute.
That
Oh
is
my
cute.
gosh,
His chest is kind of
I love her.
Sorry. Oh my god, sorry.
Chat. My tail's in the way.
Oh my god. I bet you wish you had a tail, huh? Sigh.
Something like
Okay.
that. Buster
Dillsie's a
Pop.
furry?
What?
Is this a
Oh, what?
furry? What?
When was this established?
He just said he wished you had a tail.
Oh my god, sorry.
Yikes.
Nice.
I hate it here.
Oh, Mick, we have a fridge. It's.
Do you know who else has a fridge?
I'm so glad that your mother has a fridge, Josie.
Oh, I was gonna say my dentist.
Your dentist has a fridge.
But do you know who she got it
Glad you're
from?
done.
Oh my god.
My mom.
Oh my god. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm always here to help, friend.
Thank you so much. Sharp seeds. Oh my goodness, I gotta be planting stuff, huh?
Yeah, this farm is like
Oh
empty.
my god. Well, I haven't been
Yeah,
here for a
I
bit.
asked for a hoe, so I didn't have to waste materials, and none of you gave me one.
Oh my
Oh.
god, I
I'm
got
saying.
forgetful.
I was kind of too distracted by making the joke about me being a hoe to give you it. I was not thinking about what you actually asked. That's on me.
Okay, here's a hoe.
Cappuccino, what do you think of this? He's walking away.
Oh.
When there's too much drama at school, all you gotta do is walk away. Yay, yay.
What are you quoting?
The Vine, the famous Vine.
I can't say I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one does. I'm not like the others. I'm dark
Wow.
and mysterious.
Not like the other
No one-
girls.
I'm not like the other girls. They don't think like me. I'm so random and quirky XD.
Oh man, I
Wow,
did
so
not
quirky XD of you.
mean to make.
Thank you.
I did not mean to eat that seed.
Public execution.
Me when I eat the seed.
Me when I eat the seed.
Me when she eat the seed. Me when Freak Bob eats the seed.
Don't call me a freak, Bob.
Why
I'm
are
not-
you licking my comforter, Cappuccino? What the fuck? What? Guys, what the fuck is wrong with my dog?
Oh.
Yo, what is wrong with your dog?
Why was he licking my blanket? Why was he doing that?
Hungry. Stop being a hater.
Yeah.
No, I
God
will hate on
forbid.
him. What the fuck is that about?
God
Yeah.
forbid someone be hungry.
For real.
You.
I'm hungry.
Why is everyone so little over here? Oh, I was waiting for them to notice.
Yo, what gives? Can you make me like huge?
Yeah.
No, because then you would all be huge. Here,
Can you put me
here.
on false
I'll
head?
make.
Oh yeah, can you put Dyllsie on
No.
my head?
No, because you're all one
Oh.
Bowser's worst.
Aw,
Why am I so?
You have it. You have it grouped. You don't have it individual style.
Yeah, I have a group.
Why am I so big?
Sigh.
Kyron.
My What's up? You can wear it.
Okay, thank you for the hat. Tail in the way.
Tail in the
Tail in the
way.
Tail in the way.
I don't even
Tail
think
in the
my
way.
Fuki has a tail. We're just lying now.
I think we should buy more.
I think we should lie more as well.
Yeah. Hey, Faust, you look bad today.
Oh my god.
JK.
What?
I felt bad about saying that you look
tail
bad.
in the way.
But you said
Oh,
Dyllsie
yeah.
I know what I mean.
is the tail.
I couldn't commit. I couldn't
Oh.
commit. Am I false tail? Is that the lore?
Okay. It's kind of awesome.
Kind of awesome.
Kind of awesome. Now, why
Kind of
did you
awesome.
put the hat on the floor? Why are there
That's
two
mean.
hoes on the floor, guys?
Oh, I'm very long. I'm very long. I'm very.
Hey, don't let me over. I'm doing something silly.
I like how the truck went by and you just weren't there to get hit. it hit us.
Who's getting hit by a truck right now? Oh, I did
My
not mean to give you
mom.
that. It's fine, you can have it.
Do you like the setup now,
Monster.
Mick? Is this good? Wait, when the struck before it hands.
This is cinema? What the? Sigh. This is sick and
Yeah,
twisted.
I can make you more squished though. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Who are you
Yes, he's sore, though,
squishing?
so
Who are you
you.
squishing? Yo! Why are you squishing me? Yo, why is it wet now? Sarah, what did you do to this?
But
What's wet?
Well, I put a back scratcher in his pocket and he gave it back to me wet. I don't really know about that one.
I have. Oh, I can't say that. I can't say that. I'm so dumb to say.
What were you gonna say?
I'm
DM me.
not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Oh
DM.
my goodness, your big head is in the way. Okay. Oh, thank you for the care packets.
I'll leave it as a mystery.
Damn, I'm so sad. I hate mysteries.
do?
Guys, there's a
oh
wolf.
hi.
Thank goodness
Um,
the setup over here is normal.
Yeah, it's pretty
Hey,
Is
regular.
it? That's kind of surprising.
Ever heard of the bog monster?
The Boxster.
Loch
Who,
Ness
Boggin-
Blobster.
Who have Loch Ness and Day monster?
Okay, what is this retail shrimp bot message?
Oh.
What?
Why?
I don't.
Why did he say that?
Why are you the way that you are?
Why are you the way that you are?
I don't question him.
Okay.
Hard agree. Oh, I'm so glad Vic agrees.
Uh-huh. I feel like you can't say that and then be like, I've never drawn. Like, I've only drawn
I have-
2 men this whole year.
I have only drawn like 3 men actually.
What is a
Yeah, don't-
man?
And
A
one of them is
miserable
Zora, but
pile of
bald.
secrets.
Hey, Zora, can you change your cookie real quick to something?
Oh. Let's see.
Oh, get destroyed, nerd.
Ouch. I'm getting destroyed. Feeling like
Oh,
a
are
nerd right
you a
now.
nerd?
Oh, I don't have a
Hope
weapon.
not.
Hold on, let me just... Oh, it's winter, fuck. Guys, we're cooked,
Yeah.
we're cooked. I'm so cooked.
I'll take them to my family. Hey, guys.
We're
Okay,
all
they
going
won't
to...
be.
Why are there penguins here right now?
I said not to base near the ocean and we did it anyway, and these are the reason why.
Listen, this is where the crockpot spawned.
They're free food.
Oh.
Wait,
Well,
they
don't
dropped
wanna
monster
try
meat.
and getting pegged, because I don't wanna.
Okay. Well, if it makes you feel any better, there's a merm over there,
That makes me feel better personally.
and he's cool. His name is Gup.
Gup, wait, that's a cute name.
Yeah.
All I'm hearing is a quarter. What if I just don't be a giant man? What if I just...
I also wouldn't
Sigh.
want to draw a man.
Why is your dog big again?
I just thought it was fitting
Hormones.
for winter. Oh yeah, real.
We all have a thermal stone.
Oh my god, that's so cool and Slay.
This is so cool in Slay.
Wow, you invented the Slay Station.
Sheesh! Mom said it's my turn on the Slay Station.
Well, Mom doesn't know shit.
Sigh.
Do you know who? I'm not gonna do it.
Thank you for
Restraint.
reconsidering. Oh, I did not mean to eat that. Whoopsie.
Well, what did you eat this time? A soul?
No, I just ate like monster meat. It's regular, I think. Okay. I need
You
to
got it, boss.
go look for food, maybe, perhaps.
We have food.
Yeah, but I feel bad. I don't want to eat the food.
Oh, okay.
Can I take this? I'm taking this.
Why are you being what's up with the Foogies? This is normal.
View of Frost? What does that mean? Sigh. Opening
FOV,
Twitch.
obviously.
Yo!
I'm
Why
sorry if
are
I'm
we,
just laughing like a...
why are we like behind?
What is going on?
My ears are cut off. What did you do
Where-
to
where-
me?
What am I?
Did
Why am
they
I
move
so
to you?
long?
Wait, Juice, where did I used to be? Ew! Sora, put that away.
What man?
Put that
Oh,
away.
okay.
Put that
Zora, let me
away.
send you the bold Zora drawings so you can make
Oh,
out your Foogie real quick.
No,
Bye.
no,
No,
we don't need
no,
that.
it's just-
No, we don't need that.
He does. I don't think I ever exported it, so it's gonna take me a second.
No, that's okay. We
boy.
can just be regular.
Okay. Okay, Freak Bob.
Hey.
Freak Bob indeed.
He sneezes on you.
Wait, that's cute. I don't think I like KFC, but I like the idea of eating chicken right now.
Go eat.
Actually, I don't. I hate chicken. Why did I say that?
You hate chicken? Aw, it's
Yeah,
my
I'm about to
favorite.
die.
To what? To what?
Hunger.
Oh.
You and I succumb to hunger.
Oh, I'm bald now. Thanks, Mick. Oh, I've been ran over. Thanks, Mick.
Maybe I can.
Nah, don't worry.
Oh wait, there's eggs here. Surely this is good.
We need more silk.
Much better representation of Zora. That's so real. A little guy. Ugh.
getting cold.
It's getting cold.
It's getting cold. Does anyone have tentacle spots?
Have a what? Oh my god.
Tentacle.
Ouch. Tentacle spots?
Yeah.
No, I haven't killed any tentacles.
Oh. That makes me sad.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm tough. I can handle it.
I hope this is the way home.
There's no place like home.
That's what I'm saying.
Me when there's no place like home.
Me when I'm like low-key dead.
Me when
Me when
me.
and then I. This bird wants me so bad. Ah,
Me when the bird wants you so bad.
that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna put these meatballs in the fridge and then I gotta hop off.
Okay.
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 I think I want to hop
Thank
off
you guys
soon,
for
too.
playing.
Thank
you.
you.
I think I'm like dead, like actually.
Oh, I like IRL.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, like
Oh,
IRL.
bye.
Well, I was trying to make a torch, but the birds wouldn't stop following me, and then
This
it
is
was
the fourth
cold,
time
and then it was
Boss
sad.
has died.
What do you mean? The last time it hardly counted. I just died because you guys were dead.
Oh.
How is
Yeah,
that
that
on
makes sense.
me? Ugh. It does make
Well-
sense, doesn't it?
It's just you and me, Shrimp.
Sigh.
Yeah.
Someone had
This
to
is
not
so
die.
Time
Sigh.
to start playing Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
Oh.
At this point, no.
Yeah, might as
Mhm.
well.
Yeah.
Are you gonna play Dead by Daylight? I can read into you.
I think I might actually end stream soon because I should go eat actual food now.
Me too.
Okay. Dyllsie, you're also ending stream.
But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
also ending stream,
Dyllsie,
guys.
when-
Thank you for coming.
Dyllsie, I can't wait for your
Mhm.
debut. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah.
Real
Maybe
and true.
someday. Maybe when I have
Immediately.
a good computer.
Mm. You could stream on your phone like a little goober. I think that would be awesome.
Alright, sure. Why not?
Yippee! Hi, Apex! It's so easy
Apex,
to
friend.
not starve.
I love Apex.
Oh my god. Shout out Apex. I mean, I
Um,
haven't starved this whole time. It's just been dying to
No.
creatures.
Yeah, which you shouldn't be
Creatures are
doing.
real.
I shouldn't be doing that, huh? Oh, man, I was like kind of close to home and everything. So
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
I want to.
disconnect.
Okay, disconnect.
disconnect. Okay. Anyway, disconnect.
Okay, who do we raid? Who do we raid?
Do you want to raid the same person?
We could raid the same person.
I don't have anyone. I have retail
I
shrimp.
Yeah.
I have several people we can raid.
Okay,
Read into
okay.
yourself.
Oh yeah, raid into yourself. That's kind of awesome.
Yeah, let me just trash raid retail shrimp.
Okay.
Channel cannot raid itself. This is
Oh.
That is
so-
sad.
Let me
Sick and
DM me the
twisted.
person work for
How about we
raid.
raid XQC?
We're not
They're
raiding
banned.
XQC.
They're banned from my chat. I just feel
Yeah.
like that would make things
They are?
awkward. Yeah,
They
Dyllsie
are?
banned them. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Raid channel.
You banned XQC?
Yeah, I banned XQC for fun.
Why did you ban XQZ?
Listen,
fun.
Dyllsie can do what she wants.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I haven't banned the word Canada, so I think it's.
Oh,
think
I've
fine.
also
kinda
I've also
awesome.
given XQC shout out, so it all
Okay.
balances out.
It's evened out. Alright, thank
Yeah.
you guys very much for playing with me. I had a great time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was so fun.
This was
I'm
so
so sorry,
fun.
Apex.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Apex.
yeah, leave message.
But yeah, goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I hope you had a good time. Sorry it sucked, but we did low-key better than I thought. So like that's something. Pretty cool, pretty cool. But yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow for more Danganronpa 3. Sorry my model's pugging out. I'm just like really shocked, I guess. But yeah, you guys can copy the raid message that Tim put in chat, and yeah, have a great day. Have a great day. Make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep tonight. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.